Today, we're going to bring you straight through to a champion coverage of the 50K Diamond High Roller.
Your final 9. Photo ops and... Wow. It is a spade. Runner, spades, and we've got a double knockout here. And look at Dvoris and find it. The answer is no, as Dvoris ends up with the king high straight.
On the final table bubble. GG's Cabral. Another
out in 5th for 135,000 euros. 9 of hearts on the end, that is the case. Chris Brewer out in 4th. Daniel Dvoris, 25K GG Millions Live bracelet winner, going to finish 3rd here in the 50K.
Incredibly deep stacked coming into this heads-up match.
Smiles on the call, Henry. 7 pairs up on the end. Fist pump from Santosh Suvana with that 2nd place finish, picking up 400,000 euros. Great play.
Hello and welcome to Razvadov, the home of the 2024 World Series of Poker Europe. The $50,000 no-limit Hold'em Diamond High Roller just moments away. David Tuckman alongside Jesse Sylvia in the booth. Razvadov, a quaint city in the Czech Republic, almost tranquil. But inside the walls of the King's Resort and Casino, it's anything but. The excitement, palpable. There's an electricity in the air. I've been there and you can feel it as you walk through. Today, we'll ramp it up even more. The biggest and the brightest set to take it to the felt in event number 12, the $50,000 no-limit Diamond High Roller. I bring in Jesse Sylvia in the booth. Some players will be watching, but before we get to that, let's talk about the broadcast schedule. Today, we've got High Roller Day 1. Tomorrow, we crown a champion, and we're just warming things up. We've got not 1, not 2, but 5 days of main event coverage. Event 12, the buy-in, 50,000 euros, 1 million guaranteed. We're going to pay out 15% of the field. And a look at a man who has made almost 60 million in lifetime earnings. Some say he's the best ever. Stephen Chidwick.
I might be one of the people who would actually say that, Mr. Tuckman. He is easily in the argument for best player of all time, and he's still a young guy.
Yeah, and one of the legends of the game from way back when. Cut his teeth online, Victor Blom.
Oh, I just have memories of early college days, staying up all night watching that man win millions in a night.
Daniel Dvoris finished 3rd in this event last year. Can he better that?
That's a tough pill to swallow, but you know, if anyone can do it, it's Daniel.
Bracelet winner Alex Foxen, always a beast. Former football player turned professional poker player. He's got 1 bracelet. His wife has 4, and she is at our featured table.
But it seems to be that that's the measure the public perceives the player to be, is how many bracelets you've got.
Let's shuffle up and deal.
Colin?
Daniel Negreanu is Chiplead.
You don't have patience. You're right. Come on.
It's the one true measure of poker greatness.
The grind is on. We jump right into the action. This is hand 29. We're already in level 3. Blinds are 2,000, 4,000. And it looks like Orpin is going to check this back and win it with 2 pair. I want to welcome all of you. Thank you for joining us. We're streamed live on the World Series of Poker YouTube channel and King's Resort YouTube channel. Do our best to kind of look at the chat once in a while, Jesse. If you want to interact with us, the best place to go is the World Series of Poker YouTube channel, which is where we'll be following it.
Please get in the mix. It is fun interacting with the chat. Some of you in the chat are absolutely unhinged, and I personally enjoy it.
Yeah, unhinged is the way we want to go. Live from Rosvedov, where we want to be. So players start with 1 million chips. Blinds now 2,000, 4,000. According to our graphic, 2,000, 3,000. I apologize. Either way, we're deep, right?
Yeah, this is some very deep stack play to start out with. And the blind levels are fairly quick, 40-minute levels, so this won't last forever. But this is some of my favorite moments of the tournament always come out of these levels because we see some room for very creative plays, very deep stack bullying, possibly massive overbets, all sort of things that add together to create a recipe for some truly fantastic poker hands.
And you see the graphics in the bottom left corner of your screen. Attack. Under the gun with the ace-7. He's going to open, lets it go. Mustafov on the button, does call with the queen-jack offsuit. And Hisu out of the big blind. 3-betting with aces, and why not? Top right corner of your screen, you'll see the field. 11 out of 11. Registration still open, though.
And keep in mind that this is not a traditional peel that Mustafov would make, but Hisu re-raised to such a small size, he felt like he was priced in with the queen-jack offsuit, and he's allowed to speculate because of that.
And they're so deep as well, right?
Exactly. You know, even if you think that your opponent has aces, you're getting a great price. Maybe you flop 2-pair. Maybe you make a straight draw, turn a straight, and bust the guy.
I mean, am I wrong to think that at this point of the tournament, this deep, Hisu is obviously far wider than just aces?
I would imagine so. I don't know yet. This is a very mysterious man that I don't know a lot about, Tuckman.
Well, he looks mysterious. I like the glasses. He's good looking. He's gone about 830,000 chips, so slightly lower than his starting stack.
He does have quite a style to him, doesn't he?
No doubt about it, and I like it. There's the bracelet they're playing for. That and the money. The grind is truly on. And I alluded to Kristen Foxen, 4-time bracelet winner. Made a run at the main event this year. And I think everybody, except for the 12 players that finished above her, were rooting for her. And it was not to be as she finished in 13th place. She does raise here with ace-queen. Orpin. We're just going to call him Orpin. It's just easier. Okay, we all know him as Orpin. We love him.
I'm happy to go with Orpin. That works for me, Tuckman.
I mean, if you want to go with the last name, it's all you.
Yeah, I'll take a crack at it at some point, but today will not be that time.
There was a point where I commentated on him. I did have his name kind of phonetic right in front of me so I could see it. And I think by the end of the tournament, I had it down pat. So we're going to get a raise from Foxen. It looks like 3 customers. We look at a queen-high flop.
Ooh, this could be an interesting hand between Chrissy and Hisu.
Hisu with backdoor clubs and a straight draw. Foxen with top pair, top kicker.
Chrissy just looking so cool, calm, and collected.
A lot of Hisu's outs, by the way, are in his opponent's hands, though. As he's looking for an 8 or a 3.
What's Orpin up to here? He has not folded yet. This would be a very interesting peel. He does let it go.
Yeah, Orpin with the very appropriate hat, Savage.
Oh, yeah. That's just a great way to explain Orpin at the poker table. We don't quite run in the same circles, but my understanding is that nobody works harder at this game than Orpin. He's constantly studying and improving himself every day.
Hisu making the call out of the small blind. 63,000 now in the pot. Foxen now with 2 pair.
Wow. And if Hisu were to find a 3 or an 8, this would be a disaster for Chrissy with how much hand she has. Hisu just finding the call on the flop is interesting to me. He has the right type of hand to start bluffing on the flop, especially this deep where you know you can call a re-raise, so you're not worried about getting blown off of your hand. Chrissy coming with the larger size here.
Yeah, 42,000. into a pot of just a little bit over 60,000.
Such an effective bet size against Hisu's exact holding and the type of hand that she expects him to have. Yeah, he just has to throw it away.
Well, he hasn't thrown it away just yet. Looked like that was his instinct. And then thinking, well, what if I hit a 3 or an 8 and I can win a big one early? But his hand does eventually find the muck. Foxa now up to about 1.1 million. Hisu back down to 800,000. Very early on. Day one coverage of the Diamond High Roller. Again, tomorrow we'll crown a champion. We'll be covering this for the next 6 hours or so, give or take. I've had the pleasure of commentating with Kristen there in Rosvadov, actually, covering the World Series of Poker Europe. And it's just, it's amazing how her brain works. It's, I actually think it's a discredit to point out that she's possibly the best woman player out there. I think it's a discredit to her because I think she's just simply one of the better players out there now.
Oh, yeah, there's no argument to that. She's been a staple in the highest stake tournaments for a long time. She has crushed cash games as well at some of the highest stakes. Chrissy has a very interesting story to her, and as I say that, she picks up a quite nice hand in the big blind.
Decides just to call. Those blue chips are 1,000. The orange is 5K. Players start with
tricky.
$1 million.
Certainly. Oh, look at this flop for her. She is starting off quite strong here.
I mean, yeah, ace queen, you hit a queen. Ace jack. The game's a lot easier that way, right? And here she's got the nut flush draw to boot.
You know, we'd all like to believe that we're superstars who can win every chip via bluffing, or calling off a bluff with third pair, but realistically, you want to make the top pair flush draws.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of just, you know, when I talk to some of the best out there and you go, okay, well, should I be bluffing in this spot or doing this? And they go, just make your hand.
Yeah.
Just make a hand. It's easy.
Nothing's better than making a hand. It's always easy to play when you've made a hand compared to any other situation.
And she's going to take it upstairs right away. That green chip, as you can see, 25,000. And a quick fold from the Savage, Orpin.
Certainly if Chrissy could see Orpin's hand, she would have just called, but raising makes a lot of sense. Not only does she have top pair and a flush draw, which is already quite a strong hand, but she has top pair, top kicker, and a flush draw. So she'll be getting called by a number of hands that she's dominating, like Queen Jack, King Jack, Jack 10 of diamonds, those sort of holdings.
Some information about our tournament. There's a shot clock. You can see it right there. Players have 20 seconds stacked on their hand pre-flop and on the flop. Players then get 30 seconds stacked on their hand on the turn and on the river. Dare I say, I think they're getting this right finally. I think the Howell shot clock experiment in poker, I think we're finally getting it right.
I would have to agree with you. I'm a big fan of the shot clock, and I like the numbers that they've chosen for this particular event.
Right. There were times where they're going, okay, we'll give them, you go, well, you don't need 30 seconds pre-flop. I'll give you less time here, but a little bit more time later.
Mm-hmm.
I can make this work. Players do get 5 extensions, time extensions if they need it. And how about another action flop here? Orpin with top pair, mediocre kicker, Mustafov with bottom 2.
This could certainly be fireworks to some extent. Mustafov has.
Did he just bet 3,000?
How much has it been?
It looks like it. I don't think this is going to play. I think he has to make it at least 4 here. Is that a tell, Tuckman, when a person tries to bet less than the minimum?
I'm going to ask you. Hisu with a gut shot to the nuts on this rainbow board.
22.
Yeah, Mustafov with a classic type of check raise hand. Bottom 2 is a really nice one because you leave your opponents the maximum opportunity to have top pair, which they won't be folding to your check raise.
Is there a chance that we're leveling ourselves in this spot, though? I mean, Orpin bet so small. I'm not sure if it was a live misclick or what, but he bet so small. do you start second guessing yourself and thinking, well, is he check raising because he's got a hand, or is he check raising because I bet so small?
I'm not sure what he's thinking particularly, but that's certainly something that would be going through my head personally. And I got to tell you, I hate when I level myself in these spots. I'm sure he's not a big fan of it either.
And the board's starting to straighten out a little bit more with the deuce on the turn.
We're hitting some murky waters for both players. Mustafov, a lot less excited to value bet his hand now when he loses to a number of different hands. He still is beating all of the ace-jacks, ace-queens of the world, and that's almost definitely enough to continue value betting. For Orpin, this becomes problematic. What is Mustafov bluffing with? He's got some 6-7s potentially, maybe some other gut shots like 8-7. But if he had a 3, it got there. If he had a 2, he made a pair. Mustafov gets a bit tricky with this check.
Orpin with about 24% equity. You can see the outs in the top of your screen as well. The shaded out ones are the ones that we know are dead.
I feel as though there's a number of potential lines here for Mustafov that are reasonable. Checking, certainly in there. As well as maybe a number of small bets. He could run some blocking type of bets. Let's say a little less than half pot on turn and river to ensure that his opponent calls down with some hands such as ace-9.
Are you less or more inclined to think your opponent's got something when he check raises and then check and now bet?
So I think that in general you should be less inclined to believe them. But because that's true, a lot of smart players don't often bluff when they check the turn and then bet on the river after having bet the flop. And then it becomes this mind game of, well, if he's aware of it and he's not bluffing that much, do I now want to fold? And you go back and forth through that sort of cycle.
I know what you know, and I know you know what I know, so hey. Yeah.
And then it becomes a game of who's on what level. And that's a tough game to play, Tuckman.
Yeah, I'm always on the lowest level. We'll take a look at our chip counts for our feature table. Kristen with just over 1 million. Mustafov now with almost 1.4 million. And we are very early on in this event. In fact, registration is still open. Players start with 1 million chips, and you can see everybody extremely deep. Isu has already lost 20% of his stack, but still has 200 big blinds.
Yeah, the nice thing about these really deep stacked levels is you can lose a chunk, and you're not down and out yet. You lose 20 blinds, it's 5 to 10% of your stack. Orpin defending out of the big blind with the queen deuce offsuit. He is going to speculate. And this flop is all a talk. Quick check from a talk here. Very interesting check. This is potentially going to make him some money as Orpin picks up a pair. And it's a check I actually really like to see. I know he has a strong top pair, but when you're this deep and your opponent starts check raising, running barrels on turns, top pair without any backup starts to dry up really quickly. So controlling the size of the pot on the flop with king 10 on the 10-9-7 is a very sophisticated and quite strong play.
How are you?
5 of them.
+5 on day 2, +5 final table.
All right.
Playing 12 levels today,
And look at this, Tuckman. By checking back the flop, he's actually made himself a lot of money, allowing Orpin to pick up bottom pair and call his turn bet.
And attack makes 2 pair on the river.
And if top pair wasn't good enough, he can feel fairly self-assured that he has the best hand now.
I know, I'm like struggling.
Back to Vegas.
Yes.
So attack, by the way, Third place in the 2024 World Series of Poker Europe, 25K, the GG Millions.
Yes.
46.
Right.
Maybe not as well known as some of the players at the table, but starting to get the results with that third place finish. Orpin, by the way, all-time #1 on Turkey's money list.
Wow.
Yeah. You been to Turkey?
I have, actually.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Istanbul, Bodrum. Had a great time out there. Beautiful country.
The coastline is just absolutely stunning.
Yeah.
I've been thinking this one through, just thinking, hey, and is there ever a chance where he would check raise and kind of try to use the queen as a blocker and rep that? Or
I think that's a very reasonable consideration to make. You have the type of hand that would like to do it. Maybe you'd like to have something like Queen 7 or Queen 9 so you block some of the more likely 2 pairs your opponent could have.
I don't know if you know how it wasn't that crazy.
Perhaps use that one instead of the Queen Deuce.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not going to work. But I was just wondering, because the way the hand plays out, I mean, you've got...
Yeah, I think that it's certainly one that you can consider. The deuce is actually nice to have because when your opponent checks back the flop and bets the turn, one of the hands that they're potentially representing is pocket twos. So when you have a 2 in your hand, you're like, I know you don't have pocket twos. You don't have the last 2 twos. Come on.
I don't know. I'm like,
that's an unreasonable story to tell.
Like playing 1500s is crazy.
Yeah, it is crazy.
It's insane.
I mean, unless they have... And look, he does pay him off.
Like I'll play all the good value.
The check back on the flop.
Wow.
Earns max. That's 152,000 chip pot. Orpin down to about $750,000 now.
Making stupid hero calls.
What else is new? But you played a little bit, right?
Yeah.
Did you know? We're going to be doing these features throughout. I kind of love them. Did you know the Diamond High Roller event was introduced in 2019? Buy-in of 100,000 euros. Event attracted 72 players. Wow, nearly 7 million.
Okay.
That is nice.
That's nice.
I mean, the field has to be huge, right?
That has to be one of the bigger 100Ks
Yeah, I mean,
That's huge.
of the year, of all time, maybe.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, that's a really nice turnout.
I'm so happy.
Good that I called the number.
Ah, Lena's in the mix.
Oh, wow, look at that.
First title.
The online legend,
Ever.
Nicholas Astet,
Congratulations.
a.k.a. Lena 900.
I not play so much online.
Third place in this year's 2024 World
just,
Series of Poker main
sit
event.
Sunday
If the
and
players are
play
talking, we'll do our best to lay out so you can hear them.
Every dealer is thinking forward like you.
The second time I played Sunday
I
Million,
like it.
Win?
I final tabled.
Whoa.
And then I played one more and then never played again.
I win one time Sunday Million.
You win? I have never won Sunday Million.
Yeah.
No, I have a third.
I win then, but the buy-in's 215. Before,
2-4.
I think, 2017 or 18? Before, 6-7 years ago.
It was like 200K or what?
165 with deal.
Okay.
3-way with deal, yeah.
Says Rod Hissu, the German poker player. In recent years, he is mostly focused on high-stakes, high-roller tournaments.
It's a fairly good thing to focus on. Did Mustafa just say he played the Sunday Million once and won it for 200,000?
That's what you did, man.
That's certainly something to do.
Play it once, you win it.
Yeah.
I mean, what's the point? Why waste time if you're not going to win, right? I mean,
I've been doing it all wrong, Tuckman.
you definitely
I've been
have.
wasting a lot of time.
Jesse Sylvia alongside me, the runner-up in the 2012 World Series of Poker main event. Still yet to win a bracelet.
Still yet to win a bracelet. But having second in the main event means that I've got a slight one up on Nicholas in one department in poker. And only one.
This is event 12. We have awarded a lot of bracelets. over in Rosvedov, as you might expect.
15.
Hisu coming at it with some very small sizes so far. Small 3-bet again out of position, and then quite the tiny C-bet. This is actually going to keep Nicholas in the pot. He's going to speculate with some backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw type of hand. Oh,
Backdoor 2-pair, backdoor trips.
yeah. Or front door 1-pair and pay off a couple more bets, which he wasn't looking to do.
Listen, this is online legend.
This is
He
some
doesn't make
classic
one
9-8
pair and pay
run out.
off.
Yeah, I got you.
It's going to be running 9s and get paid to the max.
I could see it.
65.
Okay, now Hisu puts the hammer down. Nice little 60, 70% bet size. Love to see it.
Unfortunately for Ostead, I should say, maybe just a little bit too much hand to fold at this point.
No, you don't really float the 9 high to turn top pair and fold it.
Right. And he does make the call. Pot now 228,000. Welcome to the party. Lane of 900. So running diamonds got there. I was trying to think of some hands that Hisu might be bluffing here.
Yeah, diamonds are certainly in the mix there. Something like a king, queen, king, jack of diamonds. King 10 of diamonds, jack 10 of diamonds. All of these hands exist when you only have low diamonds on the board. Something that Nicholas will definitely have to consider.
Yeah, that white chip is 100,000. And he is going to not take very long to pay him off. So small bet on the flop. Keep Nicholas along. And Hisu now back up to a starting stack. Lean 900, losing about 25% of his stack. Still just level 3. Level's 40 minutes long.
4 or 3?
Third? I think 3.
That was a big pot for Hisu. That one pot
Pretty sure third.
turned around all the momentum that he had going against him so far in the tournament. We saw him lose a number of pots. He was down a couple 100,000 from starting stack.
What a loser, I know.
Sometimes that mental reset is very important.
Yeah, the game just so psychological.
Especially when you're playing these stakes. It's so easy to let the emotions get under your skin.
Next year again.
Would you say that is more of a challenge for poker players than the actual technical aspect of playing the game?
I think at the highest levels, certainly. Once you get to a point where all these guys are very studied, all these men and women are very studied, very strong players, who can keep the coolest head, can often decide who's the best player in the field.
Pair of 9s for Foxen. A gut shot.
We can, whatever, yeah.
And now a pair of 10s. And now a flush draw as well. So
fun too. I mean,
Foxen went from being in the lead to being way behind. Kind of a insignificant pot going on. Give me a moment to go through some of the tournaments. We started off with a $350 no-limit hold opener, which ended up with 3,509 entries. Premlasov Szymanski won over €1 million and a bracelet in that one.
Chrissy finds what I think is a nice value bet here, but unfortunately she's just beat and her opponent was deciding to bluff catch instead of value bet his own hand.
that I won first, but it's not good for me.
Yeah, she was doing her best to squeeze the last drops of juice out of that orange, but realized it was dry already.
Turns out it was a bad orange all along.
Still in London?
Yeah, I'm in London, Turkey.
Yeah.
A bit of time in Portugal as well now.
Nice.
Welcome all of you. The 2024 World Series of Poker Europe here in Rosvedov, presented by BGG Poker. Jesse Sylvia, David Tuckman, Orpin in the hijack with Ace Jack. Event 2, by the way, was a €550 pot limit Omaha event. 642 players played that. Volodymyr Kokulian won that one, took home €301,000. I apologize for the pronunciation of some of these names. I'll do my best. Queen high flop. Not much going on for Mustafov in the big blind. Although I love poker players are like the eternal optimists. They see this and they go, what do you mean? I got backdoor straight equity? I got backdoor hearts?
Yeah,
I got tons.
For some players, that's enough to check raise.
Yeah, I mean, give me the 9 of hearts and let's play.
He thinks better of it, though, and he's happy that he did because his hand was dominated, and Orpin having that nut gut shot draw means he's certainly not folding to any check raise shenanigans that might come his way.
So, in addition to our feature table, we'll do our best to kind of keep you abreast of everything going on in this tournament. So the outer tables as well. Pretty excited. We'll be here today for day one. Got the final table tomorrow. We'll crown a champion. And then 5 days of main event coverage. Make sure you stick with us here, whether you watch on the Kings Resort YouTube channel or here on the World Series of Poker YouTube channel. Apparently they're not playing the 7 deuce game. I thought that was a thing.
Do we not introduce the 7 deuce game to the 50K?
I thought that was part of it.
All right, next year we got to add the 7 deuce game.
Well, how can we not? I feel like it just has to.
I would like to see some high rollers where they just throw in some real wild card stuff in there.
Blind straddles.
Yeah, just one orbit of baseball out of nowhere.
Oh, that'd be...
What, 3s and 7s are wild, guys.
Follow the queen.
Yeah. Follow the queen.
Some great games.
Yeah.
And a quick check fold.
Do you know the name of this song?
From Lena.
I remember it from a movie, but I don't remember
I don't even hear the song.
Event 3 was a 1,350 euro mini main event.
No.
1,286 runners. Christopher Campiano won that one and took home 1.5 million.
No?
Wow.
Yeah.
You should.
Okay.
You can see the bracelet in the bottom right corner of your
I
screen.
was going to say, it must be an old movie.
Yeah. What do you mean?
That's what they're playing for.
Me not seeing it, me not knowing it.
I think it's 2000.
Okay.
Raise 10. 3 plus 6 plus.
Nicholas has a very real hand here. Type of hand that you could go either way.
He's gonna go. He's gonna go upstairs with it, though. That's the way he's gonna go.
I'm not surprised.
Oh, wow!
This is wildly unfortunate for Lena. They are deep enough that if Orpin picks a smaller size, which I imagine he will, Lena will feel very compelled to peel. C3 cards.
Did he just call?
No, I believe he raised to 100,000.
That makes more sense. Okay.
Yeah.
So it is somewhat small sizing.
Yes. Well, he's in position. He doesn't have a full starting stack. He's representing a very strong range of hands. Now, of course, Orpin can have some bluffs as well. Maybe some suited aces, something like that. But the type of hand he's saying that he has is ace-king, maybe jacks are better, something like that. 10s are better.
Oh, us that wouldn't mind jacks or 10s. Kings, though, not so much. Let's see if Lena wants to put 60,000 in there. There's 154,000 in there, so he's getting about 2.5 to 1. But he's got to play the hand out of position.
This is one of those spots where you don't feel particularly good about your hand when your opponent puts in the 4-bet, but you still have a very, very high-quality suited connector type of hand. So if you do see the flop and you're behind, a lot of good things can happen. And look at this price he's getting. It's only 60,000 more. It's not like he has to put in a tremendously significant portion of his stack or anything.
Hand 40. I've got some fireworks. I saw one heart, and I got a little bit excited for Lena, but the next two cards did not cooperate.
That was a real letdown of a window card, wasn't it?
Well, not if you're Orpin. Orpin's very happy with that flop.
Yes. Orpin knows Lena will just call out of the small blind versus a raise with stuff like pocket 2s, pocket 3s, even potentially pocket 8s sometimes. And if that's the case, Orpin has nothing to be worried about. You know, every now and then his opponent's trapping with pocket aces, but if that's the case, he was going broke either way.
Tiny bet, just 40,000 in the 210. What do you do in these situations where you're getting a good price, your opponent hasn't bet much, but it kind of feels like death by 1,000 paper cuts? You're just going to take 40,000 here for it, and I keep getting the right price to call because, well, it's so cheap.
Well, if you're me, I personally don't like giving my opponents the pleasure of those paper cuts, so I tend to fold early on if I've noticed a trend of them doing that when they have it. For
But if you're Lena,
this is grounds for a check raise.
Yeah.
And I want to pretend like my strategy is better, but time has shown that Lena is the guy with the better strategy almost every single time.
Yeah, it's so easy in poker to be results-oriented and look at this particular spot and go, well, what is he doing? But how often does his opponent just not have a hand?
Yeah. Even if your opponent has something like ace-king, ace-queen of spades, for example, they're in a really tough spot right away.
Yeah. Well, there's 534,000 in the pot, and both players with less than that.
Yeah, so Lena's decided it's time to wave the white flag here.
He can still check raise again.
You never know.
Never know with him.
I wouldn't put it outside of the spectrum of possibilities when it comes to Lena. I wouldn't expect it, but when you watch some of the best players in the world, you learn to expect the unexpected a little bit.
Oh, wow. The 5 on the river, which would complete the wheel if either player had an ace in their hand.
Yup. And so this is scary for both players, right? Because both players have a ton of aces in their range. But if you're Lena, this might be one of the worst hands that you have in general, so maybe you want to bluff this one. I'm, of course, wrong, and he decides to check.
Well, Orpin checked back the turn. It's going to go check, check.
Orpin had the check back face, didn't he?
You had the turn.
One time blank, please.
And Lena. It would have been really kind of cool. It's such a tough spot to do. The game is so easy when you can see the cards.
The interesting thing is, I don't know if Lena needed to bluff all in there. I think he can pick a smaller size.
For sure.
Just based on the fact that both players have an ace a lot there. I think a smaller size with an ace is very reasonable. So he would get a good price on his bluff. Unfortunately for him, Orpin is one of the tougher players to bluff in this game.
Well, I was going to say, I mean, the fact that you have king, queen makes it less likely your opponent's got kings or queens. I would assume that's going to, now you're giving them the ace a little bit more often. You're giving them, yeah, they could have jacks, I suppose.
No, but that's a great point. I think that was probably what was running through his head was, oh, man, the type of hands I would get to fold are harder to have when I have king, queen. Maybe I'll bluff something like jack 10 suited.
Right. Where you can get those kind of hands to fold. Kristen Foxen, always a story, just a phenomenal poker player. I don't want to say that I'm speaking for the entire poker community, but I feel like I can. We were all just cheering for to make that final table and make a run. And it looked like, there were moments where it looked like she was out the door, where she got lucky, and then she just built the stack up. And with her experience, it just looked like nothing was going to stop her. It looked like, okay, she's a foregone conclusion to make the final table. Now, can she win it?
Yeah.
and then it just fell off the rails.
Yeah, when I see fucking
I mean, the Chrissy B story is just such an easy one to get behind. She not only is a tremendous tournament player and a great cash game player, but she spent many years playing online cash games. She put in some stupid number of hands in the online tables. Like I think it's something like 15 million hands.
That's a lot of hands.
That's an insane grind ethic.
And she's also the only person in the world that can pull off those size sunglasses.
Yeah.
I mean, if you tried to wear those sunglasses, first of all, that would cover your entire face. Okay, Jesse?
What are you trying to say?
The sunglasses would cover your entire face. You'd look ridiculous. But Christy pulls them off like that's just what she does.
Yeah, she is kind of crushing it, isn't she? Yusu getting a nice little value bet in there with the King 4.
Yeah, I mean,
on the 4-liner.
Kind of a small pot. Just a little bit of something out of that one.
Yeah, just kind of showing his chops. He's capable.
I mean, the games were
going for thin value.
decent at least.
That always makes it more problematic for his opponents when he's bluffing because they know he can have all the value bets as well.
I really enjoy it. So for me, it's always great.
So we're going to be adding features to our broadcast. We hope you appreciate them. I'm kind of excited about all the new features we're featuring, including, by the way, quizzes. So we will test your knowledge about the World Series of Poker Europe and, well, other things as well. So you don't want to go anywhere. Make sure you stick with us. Battle of the Kings. Lena showed up a little bit late. Got here, I want to say, maybe around hand 34, hand 35. He probably wishes he was about 20 minutes later, though.
Yeah, I'm guessing he wished he slept in right now. I was wondering if he got moved over or if these were truly his first few hands, because that's a devastating first few hands to play. Not as devastating as being out, of course, but
right.
Losing half your stack in the first couple of hands is not the way you drew it up.
My first thought when you said sleep in, I was like, keep in mind that it's about 8 p.m. in Rosvadov right now.
Well, these are poker players.
They're poker players, exactly. That was my second thought. These are poker players. Yeah, you can sleep in.
When I first started playing poker, I used to sleep until about 10 p.m.
I mean, you know,
I wouldn't recommend it.
In the morning, like you don't want to be up until 4 or 5 a.m.
I hear you.
What a fun feature table. Stafhov's picked up 10s.
Ooh, and Orpin with the ace-king. This is going to be a clash. Orpin just calls here. This is tricky. I like this. Unfortunately for him, it will allow his opponents to get in there with some speculative hands.
Another call. Action on Foxen. Foxen, by the way.
Heads up, yeah?
Busted twice yesterday in the 25K GG Millions to her husband.
No.
So I don't want to be at that dinner table.
Both times?
Well, I mean, she might have busted more than that, but I'm saying she busted twice to him.
Wow.
Yeah. So look at this flop here. Hisu with top and bottom. Orpin with top pair, top kicker. This was a raise, no 3-bet, and we see it 5 ways.
I can't imagine we aren't going to see some level of fireworks here. Mustafov coming in with the bet. I did not think he would be the man to kick it off, but here we are. Orpin playing some pot control. This is a 5-way pot, which means it is considerably more likely that one of his opponents has him beat than in a normal heads-up or 3-way scenario.
You wouldn't think there's a ton of 2-pair combinations your opponents would have, but yet Hisu's got the king 3 of spades.
Yeah, maybe you'd expect Chrissy to have the king 3 of spades, not so much the button. But there's still the pocket 4s, the pocket 3s type of hands. And then there's also that factor of you never know.
Yeah, well, I mean, listen, king 3 suited, king 4 suited, even 4-3 suited. hands that players might play to one raise. The 10s get out of the way. And now it's back over to Orpin, who's between a rock and a hard place.
I would say so, but Orpin's just always kind of making faces.
Yeah. And they ask me
And you don't know what's running through his head. It looks like he's unhappy about the situation, but then again, he was unhappy earlier and checked back pocket king, so I don't know.
100%.
By the way, if there was a world where Hasu did not raise, we would have had a set of 10s on the turn.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
You know, when the 10 hit the table, in my mind, that was an important card, but I couldn't figure out why.
Why? Well, it's not an important card anymore.
It could have been.
All right. Mustafov is sitting there going, ah.
If Mustafov had just checked, and then, well, maybe Orpin bets, and then Hisu still raises.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Mustafov ever sees their turn.
Yeah, maybe not. But there is a potential run out somewhere in there. I'm going to find it. I'm going to find that parallel universe where Mustafov saw the turn.
Everyone goes separate. You go separate? I go. After here, direct or direct? You? I go home and I go
and there's a call, so a bet and a call. It's just so intriguing to me when you watch poker because it's like, the difference between Hasu winning a really nice pot here and getting devastated and possibly losing, 50% of his stack is his opponent not being stubborn and sticking around for one card.
Yeah. Yeah, it's true. And yes, it's a multi-way pot. Yes, there's an overcard, but it's not that difficult to get stubborn and stick around with pocket 10s.
No,
it really isn't.
I see it every day at the card room. Wow.
Really?
Let's see, checked it back.
I'm a bit shocked by this one, Tuckman.
Are you surprised that he bet large in the turn after raising the flop, and then he decided to check back the river?
So, yeah, you're beat by some hands, and I understand thinking maybe if you bet again, your opponent finds some hero folds with a hand like King Queen, King Jack, and so there's not that many hands you're getting value from. But on the other hand, you just generally go for value and let your opponents find the calls.
Oh, my. Look at the chip counts. Nicholas asked that. Lena, 900. Just he's on fumes with just 120 big blinds. What will he do? I mean, does he even know how to play that stack? I feel bad for the guy. Third place finisher in this year's World Series of Poker main event. There might not be, we talked about Shadwick earlier, but, Lena 900 certainly, on the short list of players when you think of, like, who's the best out there right now.
Yeah.
Just an absolute beast as we look at him right there. I brought up Kristen Foxen busting the 25K GG Millions yesterday to her husband. Your wife plays poker and has had some nice results. Have you had a situation where she's either busted you in a big tournament or you bust her?
Sorry?
I actually busted her on the money bubble one time.
Wow.
It's probably the only time either of us have knocked each other out of a tournament, and it was pretty sick. I knocked her out 2 away from the money.
Oh, no.
In a 1K event, and then I stone bubbled it.
What?
So I didn't even use the chips to make the family a little bit of money. I just lost them right after.
Her?
Yeah. In my defense, she had lost a big pot. She had like 2 blinds.
Basically,
and I didn't have much more. I'm in the big blind. I have to call her off, I win.
Chips.
And then I end up getting it in as a flip or something and lose a couple hands later, and I'm out
Okay,
as
so you
well.
couldn't fold. Like, if you had folded, it would have been very obvious.
Yeah. No, it was not a... the funny thing was, I'm a good guy. I'm not trying to do anything sketchy out there in my poker life. And in my head, I'm like, yeah, this is a call, so I got a call. And the whole table, after she left the table, kind of gave me some crap. They're like, what are you doing? That's your wife. You got to fold, man. I was like, I didn't think you guys would be fans of that. They're like, no, you got to fold for your wife.
Well, I mean, it's the interesting thing about that is if you make the argument, be like, yes, I should fold, but you go, but financially it helps me too. She's my family.
Yeah. I don't know. For those of you out there, I'm not advocating that you fold for your wife or your friend or anything like that. Don't collude at the table.
Well, I mean, clearly the Foxens subscribe to that theory as well as Alex knocked out Kristen twice yesterday in the 25K, but she's got the best of him in the bracelet count. 4 bracelets to just 1.
Twice is pretty sick, I have to say.
Right?
I'm a big fan of there's no You leave your emotions at the table. It's all good. There's nothing personal in there. But if Ashley knocked me out twice in the same day, I might have some
like
things
a high
to
roller.
say.
I'm not even just a small little tournament.
I might have something to say when I got home that night. Did you really have to make the second 3-bet? Was that really necessary? Atak has had a number of good starting hands since we've tuned in. It's always interesting to me to see how players respond to that. Do they think he's just getting wild? Because they haven't seen many of his hands at Showdown. They don't know if he's just getting out of line or if he just has picked up the Queen-Jack suited 9 times. It turns out he has just sort of picked up pretty decent hands a number of times.
Yeah. And hits top pair. Cross that with second pair. I find early on in these tournaments, it can be quite frustrating to pick up big hands early.
Yes.
Just 'cause
absolutely.
It's hard to get much with them. In your mind, you're thinking, can you save these for later on when they're more useful?
I mean, we've all had that day where we make 4 sets on level 1. People just check fold the first 3 times. We run into a flush the 4th time, and then we don't make a hand for the rest of the night. Unbelievably frustrating sequences.
So, some chips go in the pot on the flop. Do they happen on the turn as well? With Queen Jack on what is a pretty wet board now. You get 2 hearts, 2 diamonds. A couple of straight draws out there. And sure enough, Jack gonna bet once again, this time 31,000. So 31 into 42.
Yeah, I quite like this from Attack. There is a number of draws that he could have and continue to barrel. So you, of course, want to mix in as many value hands as is possible. Nicholas going to get stubborn here.
Down. Oh, hello.
Look at that card. The offsuit 9.
And what's the play here? I mean, are you still checking it? And he does.
Yeah, and for Attack, this starts to become a bit thin, running the triple barrel with this hand. Of course, it's still a reasonable 3rd barrel.
When the fact that hearts and diamonds missed, the straight draws missed, does it make it a little bit more appetizing to put a value bet out there?
Absolutely. You feel as though your opponent's going to be compelled to call with just about every queen, a number of 7s.
And now we'll turn our attention to the other side of the table. And is this enough hand to check raise?
I think versus this size, my answer would be certainly. Now, if my opponent went, you know, well over pot, maybe 1.5 the size of the pot, I might feel like, okay, we'll just call and play it safe. But against a size like this, you just feel as though your opponent has 1 pair at best.
And look at that.
Wow.
The check raise from Alina, the quick call from Attack, and there's the bad news. And look at that. So you mentioned like a ton of hands for Attack, picking up hand after hand, and still he's now below starting. And Lena all smiles as he gets a lot back.
Break.
All smiles is real.
After the break here.
Are we staying or leaving?
Looks like the players are going on a break. Take a look at our chip counts. Obviously, very deep still. It's level 3 in the books. Mustafov with 1.34 million has to be pretty happy with the start of his day.
Lena is back, huh?
Lena is
1 pot.
He's back. 1 pot.
1 pot, 2 pairs, 100 big blinds. That's how easy it is, Duckman.
So, I mean, that's the strategy, right? You check call with the worst, check call with the worst, then hit 2 pair, check raise, and everybody knows you're a sicko, so they pay you off.
Yeah. It's Lena's world. We're all just living in it.
No doubt about it. He finished 3rd in the World Series Poker main event last year. Well, I should say actually this year, just a few months ago. And here he is in Rosvedov.
You know, it's funny you talk about.
You're in trouble now, pal. The Ukrainian bulldog.
Who really has been kind of quiet, dormant, let's call it, for the most part. Did play that ace-deuce against Sai. Flop 2 pair, got counterfeited on the turn, got away from it on the end versus a very meaty bet. Here he is with this king-queen. And he's got Deset's queen-9 in a bad way. First involvement we're seeing from Andre. And this is going to be a troublesome flop when we've got 1.4 million back. Top pair, 550 in the middle, 200K bet.
Yeah, this SPR against this opponent as well. I mean, this feels like an inevitable end of the road, perhaps, for Andrzej, unless he can find a safe turn or... No, he's check raising.
Go on, man.
Check raise for a third of his stack. Queen 7-3, 2 spades, only 1-9 left in the deck.
Volkov would hate to lose a customer here if he were to put the rest on request now. I think the flat here and allow Deset maybe to put the rest in there would be a safer path to ensuring that you're going to get the spin for all of it.
I like where your head's at. In theory, that makes a lot of sense. I think if we're a bit deeper, with Deset putting in 500 of his 1.4, I wouldn't fault Volkov for thinking, okay, let's just run it. This guy is never folding. Queen 9 may actually still hit the muck here if he goes all in, but he's got to side with you, Ali, and just give Deset as much rope as possible, perhaps with like a 6-4 or 5-4 type holding.
I think Volkov has already decided that he's ready to play for the rest, regardless of how the board develops. So the flat here isn't really of any consequence in terms of, you know, texture changing in some way undesirably for the king-queen.
Let's have a look. A 1.6 outlet.
Everything all right?
On a 10K ladder. Yeah, it's like a hiccup mid-sentence.
You might be experiencing indigestion of the type that Deset soon rates to be experiencing himself if those two little words cross his lips.
I think given that we're on a 10K ladder, he's going to leave a chip behind. If he does, kind of go for all of it. Wow.
So the all-in does come in. Volkov makes the call, and devastation will be that which ensues for Deset unless a 9 is found.
Case 9 needed.
Good luck, guys.
Upside down variety on the end. Brisk GG. And then a walk over to the rail to his camp. Chat absolutely in love with Ting Tsai. Playing well. Content creator out in Taiwan for 6 Poker.
Shout out 6 Poker.
Poodle, by the way, has been V-pipping a little harder than the remainder of the field. No cause for alarm. Volkov simply dropped a few chips. Wasn't actually looking to get involved with 6-3 off. Sammartino. Diamonds are smothered. Has really his morale.
Yeah, it's been a rough level. Very rough level. Started with around 55 bigs, dropped down to 29. Potentially going to pick some up here. But yeah, losing 20 blinds in any level is rough, especially with a clock like this and a structure like this.
Top pair for Sammartino against the 2 overs and the gut shot. Backdoor diamonds, all of which come together for a 280k c-bet out of Poodle. Let's see if Dario wants to make noise. For now, just a flat. 10s and 7s, though, on the turn as it goes from gut shot to double gut shot for Poodle and from 1 pair to 2 for Dario Sammartino.
That's a very spicy turn card. The fact that Poodle still has 8 outs here. It's pretty wild. 1.1 million out there. Potential lead card for Dario would be unorthodox, but honestly don't mind it. I mean, if it's a turn card that you think your opponent's going to check back a decent amount of the time, yeah, reaching for chips.
A lead of 225, and now with the double gutter and the 2 overs at this price, Poodle could certainly be retained. So another 450 sliding in, and the Queen of Hearts, the Devastator for Sammartino. Backdoor hearts on the board.
Yeah, really, the only saving grace is that it does complete the flush. Had a non-heart queen rolled off. Really could have been showers. Still expect Sammartino to lose a lot of chips here.
Yeah. He's only got 2.4 back. 1.5 SPR. Note that he's found the check.
Which is incredible, by the way.
Yeah, and will he be able to find a fold in the face of sizing from Poodle, which we expect to be meaningful?
I'm not sure. I think Poodle's going to have some very natural bluffs here. Some ace-jack type holdings. I don't think queen-jack, jack-10 or jacks ever turn themselves into a bluff. That doesn't really make much sense. It has so much showdown. But there certainly are bluffs in there. Ace-9 with a heart, I don't think so. I don't even know if Poodle's opening ace-9-0 from under the gun. He could potentially value own himself with a hand like kings with a heart, aces with a heart. It's 1.3 into 1.6, more than half of Dario's stack. And we were just talking about the chance for him to head into break and just shake things off, come back with 30 bigs. It's looking likely to be sub 15. This would be a world-class fold, given how this hand's played out. It's made the call, Ali. 4.2 million chip pot for Poodle. And you just see it go from bad to worse for the Italian.
Yeah.
We've all been there. No need to bluff it all off with reckless abandon, which we're all guilty of from time to time. Now's not the time to do it.
73,000 euros locked up. That'll be the payout for the next 2 spots, 13th and 12th. Final table will be set when we get down to 9.
Kings now for Sai. What's going on? They've all had some Haribo fizzy colas on break or something. I mean, rocket fuel.
Queen Jack being deliberated on by Poodle, who I think is just as aware as you and I in the booth here, Henry, as to how snug Tsai has been operating out there. Decides not to get cute as...
Money's just going in, Harley.
Yeah.
I mean, let's go. Back-to-back hands, the wheels have come off. Ladders round every corner.
Under normal circumstances, this ace-king would just be so sexy, but in the face of a snap call by 2 black kings,
just gonna be bang bang.
Yeah.
Sayonara, Italy. Sai, the Italian assassin, if he can just hold here.
I believe Arrivederci Italy would have been the more apropos, but I know.
You know, I'm trying, okay? It's been a long month, Ali.
That it has. And it's also been a long day out here for Vito Vella. One that he hopes can continue, but an ace for the time being. That which would be required for set continuation, unavailable on the Queen 5-3 board.
Wow, something going on the outer table. We'll have to jump into the action over there after this.
Sure sounds that way.
Hello.
Wheel gutty now as we add deuces to the mix. 7 outs one time. Can Vella find extended play here in the main? He can't.
Hello and welcome back to Razvadov Kings Resort and Casino. We are here for the $50,000 No Limit Hold'em Diamond High Roller Day 1 Level 4. I mentioned earlier a quaint, quiet village, about an hour and a half outside Prague, about maybe an hour and a half, 2 hours from the border of Germany. It attracts a lot of poker players inside. It is really exciting. Poker tables lined from wall to wall. You got table games, great food. It's a great resort and casino. The spa is next level. I spent 13 days there 2 different times, and every morning I would wake up and I would go to the spa.
Just
and
right
I would
to the
feel
spa.
great. Oh, it's one of the best places. It's amazing. Take a look at our chip count early on. Mustafov, our chip leader, with 1.3 million at our featured table. Foxen at just above starting stack, which is $1 million. Players are playing 40-minute levels. Again, there's a shot clock, which is kind of exciting. 20 seconds to act, pre-flop and post-flop. On the turn, you get 30 seconds. The river, you get 30 seconds as well. There are five extension cards if you need them. What's your experience with shot clocks and having to make decisions quickly in poker tables?
I'm personally a really big fan of it. I like seeing people have to draw from a more instinctual sort of thought process rather than have time to really sort through every possible scenario. I find that to be really exciting poker to watch.
Yeah, I tend to agree. Jesse Sylvia alongside me, the runner-up in the 2012 main event. You're gonna listen. That's like 12 years ago now.
You think I got to improve upon that?
And whether it's improve or just do it again.
I could do it again.
I mean,
I'd be interested in running that one back.
Right, run it back.
Yeah, that'd be a good one.
We're gonna stay at our feature table. Some highlights, of course. Some players highlighting this table. Jesus, German player who in the last few years been playing a lot of high-stakes tournaments. He's somebody to watch, no doubt about it. Kristen Foxen, 4-time bracelet winner, finished 13th in the main event. And Lena 900, who finished 3rd in that same main event. And on his left, Orpi, the all-time money leader from Turkey.
You know, when I grow up, I hope I have the style and class of Jesus.
I don't think it's going to happen, buddy. I mean, listen, you're a good-looking guy, and you're well-dressed. You carry yourself well. There's no doubt about it, but that's next level.
Why do I feel like half those compliments were somewhat sarcastic?
No. Listen, I am, if anything, I'm genuine. But
thanks, man.
Just letting you know. I mean, you look at Jesus. Jesus got style. He's got style on style.
He's got a lot of swagger to him.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised. I'm actually surprised that King's Casino has not used him to be the model to sell their King's Casino, apparel. World Series of Poker Europe in full swing. This is event number 12. I mentioned 3 of the winners earlier. Event 4 went to a good friend of mine, actually, who won her very first bracelet, Brazilian Vivian Saliba.
All right.
Defeated 228 players in the $2,000 pot limit Omaha event.
She's an easy hero to root for as well.
Oh, she's
poker world.
She's so likable.
Yeah.
She's a good poker player, but a PLO crusher.
I've heard she does quite well in the PLO streets.
Yeah.
That's the word through the grapevine.
Yeah, she first kind of came on the scene. She made a name for herself. I think it was in the 10K PLO, but then she also played the 25K PLO in Vegas during the World Series of Poker. This is hand 47. We picked up action in hand 29, and we'll be here for several hours today. And then tomorrow, we won't stop until we crown a champion. Somebody's going to take home a bracelet and the glory.
This is a nice value bet by Orpin. I'm a big fan of this one. Keeps it small, targeting things like a river deuce, an ace. The deeper stacked they are, the more likely his opponent is to have a number of aces when he checks back preflop. King high, also the type of hand that might find some call downs. And look, he's going to...
He gets called by King high. Wow.
And this is the sort of stuff that separates the 50K high roller regulars and the average poker player. That's a great value bet right there.
I'm just going to come out and say it, okay? Think of me as you wish, but, I mean, thin value bets turn me on.
Oh, yeah.
That's sexy.
This is a judgment-free zone, Tuckman. I'd be upset to hear that they didn't turn you on.
Right. Well, I mean, listen, we can head over to the YouTube chat as well. You know, poker chat is always also judgment-free, right?
Oh, yeah.
No doubt about it.
No one's ever made a judgment in YouTube chat land.
The grind is on. And you're watching day one coverage, the 50K Diamond High Roller, presented by GG Poker. And the only woman in the field, Kristen Foxen's got aces. I see you guys in the chat. Thank you for joining us.
Chrissy's found herself a customer. Ooh, and a second customer, but not the type of customer that you're necessarily looking for when you have pocket aces.
I was going to say, you don't mind when King 10 offsuit calls you.
Mm-hmm. Pocket fives is a win a little bit or lose a lot to them type of proposition, generally. Obviously, there are some runouts where she could win a nice-sized pot off of pocket fives. This is a very good example of
I was going to say, yeah, this is the one flop where you actually get some value from fives.
Mm-hmm.
Christmas is a lot of fun for them. Then Christmas is a lot of fun for them. Yeah, you want to be home.
Her birthday is one day before Christmas.
Okay.
So
Oh, they're having fun there in Rosvadov, King's Resort and Casino.
Ooh, sneaky check back by Chrissy. I was wondering if she would check back this particular hand. When she has the ace of spades in her hand, it's a lot less likely her opponents have flush draws. Also, she has a little bit more coverage on a spade run out. And just having pocket aces, there's no overcards to her pocket pair that can show up. So if you're going to check a big hand and trap with it, aces with the ace of spades is absolutely the one.
Yeah. I just checked my solver, and I think 44% of the time you can do that.
Yeah? 44, huh?
I have no idea. I don't know.
I don't know. You had me, man. I really thought,
Sounds good, though.
that the 44 was legit.
Attack is going to bet here, kind of
Exactly.
maybe a little bit of a equity denial bet, thinking he's ahead.
Yeah. Perhaps a little bit of value,
That's how it was.
a little bit of equity denial.
And Foxen now raising.
This is interesting. This could look like exactly what it is. Or this could look like, Chrissy isn't buying it. And if she has like a hand something along the lines of ace queen and she thinks it's the best hand, she wants to protect it right now, I would lean towards the former, and ATAC leans towards the former and just folds right away. Only because ATAC made such a big bet. So for her to raise in the face of that with a player behind, it's a little scary if you don't have it.
I was going to ask, though, in Kristen's spot,
that must be really rare.
what bluffs does she have in that spot when she checks back, when she raises under the gun, checks back the 7-7 deuce 2-spade board,
Yeah.
and then the offsuit 9 comes up. What bluffs does she have there?
See, that's the point I was kind of alluding to. It's difficult to find those bluffs, and this is kind of the beauty of the shot clock. Does she find them in 15, 20 seconds? I don't know.
And does her opponent decipher that in 20 seconds?
Yeah. I'm not saying Chrissy can't find bluffs there, but do you always give her credit for finding them very, very quickly in a somewhat unique situation? It's not a situation she's never seen before, but it's not one that she sees quite often.
Hey, we're going to go old school. Oh, no, I thought we were going to go old school like ESPN, World Series of Poker coverage, and had the Jack Link's beef jerky hand of the day where you had to guess what the hand was, but they ruined it for us. I was going to really put you to the test. Ooh. Oh, this is spicy. Hello.
Yeah, this could get very interesting. This is the type of hand that you want to be 4-bet bluffing with.
I'm not sure what your spice of choice is, but this is mine, and you get a late position open, cutoff open, a 3-bet for the small blinds. Foxen picks up a legit hand. And Attack is kind of, early on, was up to about 1.2 million. Lost that big hand to Lena, where it was check raised. Then led out with fives, was raised again, and now is being 4-bet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is a sequence of events that nobody likes seeing when they're on the receiving end of it. But he's going to go nowhere so far. He's got pocket tens.
Does make the call. Almost 250,000 chips in the pot.
The beauty of having a hand like pocket tens is you rate to have the best hand a nice chunk of the time, but even if you don't, if you have the worst hand, you're probably going to win all the chips if you flop a set. Because any hand that beats you is probably putting all the chips in.
What about the issue of being out of position against somebody as dangerous as Foxen?
That's never fun. And this is a good example of a board where you kind of hate that situation, right? You've got this jack-high board. Sure, you're going to call a flop bet, but as soon as she starts firing a second barrel, let's say the turn's a king, and she fires a second barrel, now you're just
I mean, what do you do at the turns of? What do you do at turns of 4 and she bets again?
Yeah, you're in a world of hurt.
I mean, she's got aces, kings, and queens there sometimes, right?
Absolutely. A lot of the time. She might not always be bluffing with ace-queen offsuit. She may have decided this time I'll run the 4-bet, next time I'll fold. We don't know.
I'm really curious, 'cause to me, and we can see the cards, but to me, it feels like a text hand is it looks and appears to be exactly what it is. Something kind of, you know, 9s, could have been 8s, could have been 10s, somewhere in that range where, yeah, it's a good enough hand to 3-bet out of the small blinds. I'm going to call. It's also got enough hand there. I'm going to call the 4-bet, but it's not a monster. Or am I kind of simplifying it too much?
No, I think you hit the nail right on the head. This is the type of hand that really shrivels up against a 4-bet, and now you're already in bluff catch mode on the turn.
And so I'm curious if Foxen fires again, and she does. And this is the bet that I was. This is to me a lot of fun. I feel like pre-flop, okay, somewhat standard. Flop, we knew it was going to go check, bet, call. That's always going to happen. But now is where the poker becomes exciting. What do you do with 10s now? It's such a big hand. Does your opponent have the aces? Does she have kings? And if you call this, are you going to call the all-in on the river, if there is one?
That is the question, right? Man, she just put in a lot of the chips that are in my stack. Nearly 50% of the chips that are in my stack. If I call this turn bet, I'm likely going to have to commit on the river.
He does call.
He finds a call.
Oh, okay, so next level even. I love this. I'm such a poker nerd. So now it looks like, okay, well, nobody would bluff the river, right? Why would she ever bluff the river?
Oh,
and she
my
hits the
God.
king.
This is such a brutal river card.
The hearts get there. The ace king gets there.
The only thing for ATAC to consider is if she had ace king, would she have barreled the turn?
She had ace queen and she barreled the turn.
That's true, but ace king can beat some stuff like ace queen. I'm not saying she doesn't barrel the turn.
Right.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying, is that going through his head? Is he thinking, does ace king really bet again, or does it just try to reach showdown? Maybe it's the best hand.
Oh, and she does give up.
Wow. And that's unfortunate for us because I would have loved to have seen what happened if she shoved.
Yeah, it's always really fun because that river, it looks like, well, my opponent's already committed himself once he calls the turn bet. So I'm going to shut down, right?
Yeah.
But so when you don't shut down and you still bluff, it does kind of get your opponent to think, well, would she bluff now? Because I've already kind of indicated that I'm calling and I'm not going anywhere.
Yeah. Mind games on top of mind games, Stuckman. The king is certainly a card she would highly consider bluffing, even if sometimes she checks back the turn with ace king. She still has some king queen suited she might bluff with. She has some other hands that the king hits.
Yeah.
Do you mind not saying the seat number?
But I can have checks.
What a cool spot.
Because it gets really bad.
The what? The 5 seconds?
No, when he says the seat number,
Oh, yeah.
it gets like maybe sometimes better.
I give ATAC credit, though. I mean, that call on the turn was not easy.
That's a tough call to make. You
I
have to
I think
expect that the
I
river
stuck
bet
my tail
comes.
between my legs, and I think I folded the turn.
Yeah.
So give him credit.
Yeah, and one thing I have to say is that a lot of people make that decision on the turn. Now, we don't know, but he may not. He may say, okay, I'm going to put it on the turn and make her find that bluff on the river. Because that's an incredibly hard bluff to find on the river.
Right. Yeah. If you don't think your opponent's bluffing all that much on the river, maybe you can make a somewhat exploitable call on the turn and then fold in the river.
Mm-hmm.
But against the best in the world, that's certainly exploitable.
There's a lot of value in forcing your opponent to find that third barrel. It's really hard to find that third barrel. The first barrel is easy. The second barrel is a little more difficult, but man, that third barrel is sometimes the real hill to climb in your poker game.
Robert Blesser in the chat says she sold the story the whole way. Yeah, she did for sure.
She maybe needed to make one more sale. Lena turning an open-ender here. Well, Hisu turns top pair. This is sort of the classic type of hand that Lena wants to barrel turn in river with, unimproved. Just a great bluff candidate. Oh, Hisu's not really going to give him the opportunity, though.
Well, I mean, Lena's more than happy. More than open to 3-bet this if he'd like to.
That's true. He absolutely can. If he saw his opponent's hand, that's what he would be doing. Because ace-10 is kind of a nice, tricky check raise the first time, but if you see that your opponent can have a bunch of stuff like ace-10, king-10 here, you can really punish them with some 3-bets on the turn and shoves on the river.
Well, Lena with a ton of outs going to the river, misses them all. And apparently has given up. Chad is suggesting that the shove was mandatory on the river. You got to go for it.
I would lean toward shoving that particular river. But I completely understand where Chrissy's coming from. Her opponent can have pocket jacks. If he has pocket queens, he may not fold because now he's blocking that incredibly important king-queen type of bluff that would have hit the king on the river. If he's trapping with pocket aces, you're not getting a fold. If he's trapping with pocket kings, you're obviously not getting a fold. So tens is really the type of hand that you're targeting there. Or something like ace-queen that turned a flush draw.
Nines, tens type thing.
Yeah, those are really what you're looking at. So you don't always expect your opponent to show up to the river with those hands. It's a complicated spot for sure.
Well, we might get some more action between these two. Attack, opening a cutoff. And Foxen going to call.
Just call here is quite nice. When you're this deep stacked, you prefer to have a bit more of a linear, just sort of a strong 3-bet range. So hands like king-queen suited are much more important to use as 3-bets than king-queen offsuit.
Not much getting happen here. Hit your ace, bet it, everybody folds, hand over.
Boy, if I hadn't seen all of the cards, I would feel like Atac is just all over this table right now. Feels like he's played 3/4 of the hands, and he's won a number of the pots.
Yeah, he's definitely been one of our more active players, but as you mentioned, he's picking up hands. You can see Stevie Chidwick in the background in that shot. $59 million in lifetime earnings. Just one of the best to have ever done it. Third all time on the money list. Not third all time in a country. Third, period, all time.
Yeah. And number 1 in our hearts / number 1 on the mustache list. I don't know if you checked that bad boy out, but he is rocking a real Yosemite Sam style mustache out there. Yeah, he is.
See it.
And he's pulling it off quite well.
Every hand is a battle.
Orpin would love to have the 9-7 of spades here. Feel as though that would be a great hand for a check raise. 9-7 of off-suited cards, not so much. He does find the float, though. This is...
Yeah, he floats. I was really kind of curious about that one.
Yeah, we're treading on some fairly creative ground here, Tuckman.
Oh, he's picked up a gut shot, and I mean, is there a world where he can try to rep an 8 and just bet for, you know, quote unquote value and get a 4 to fold or a king high to fold?
So I think he's certainly able to represent a number of aces on this board. An 8 may make a thin value bet, but he's trying to tell the story. Oh, he goes, say 14? 13. This is quite small. This would imply that he has something like a king jack or an 8.
I mean,
more often.
the fact that he called on the flop would certainly indicate that he doesn't think Mustafov has much.
Mm-hmm.
And does get the pair 4s to fold.
Wow.
So the float from out of position with just absolutely nothing. He picks up a gut shot. He misses it. And the board pairs, and he still bluffs.
Stealing?
Kind of cool.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the run out he was looking for to run the bluff. It's a little less of an easy story to tell when a second ace comes that he has an ace. However,
Aces you win.
Corbin just told me he had pocket aces for quads. That's quite a lie right there.
I mean, listen, if you're going to lie, you go big, right?
Sure.
Go big or go home. Jesse Sylvia, David Tuckman here, courtesy of GG Poker, presenting the World Series of Poker Europe. This is event 12, the $50,000 Diamond High Roller.
Is that how you approach lying, Tuckman? Go big or go home?
I don't lie. Never lie. Never lie. But if you're going to lie, go big or go home. People believe, listen, if you're going to tell some grand story, you know, let's say, you know, hey, listen, if you're listening to this and you're still in school and you're thinking of making a lie about, you know, because you didn't do your homework, make the lie big. Because people just assume that you wouldn't lie. You wouldn't make it a big, big lie.
No, I know.
Right?
Yeah. I like your general sentiment. I'm just thinking about your wife in these moments, rolling her eyes, hearing you say, if you're going to lie, go big or go home.
Hey, listen.
20.
Take my own advice. I'm fine with that. Lean on the Button has a set. Foxen with absolutely nothing, and that's got to be frustrating, right? if you're Lena.
Yeah, I mean, he's played a number of tremendously sized pots so far, and far and away his biggest hand plays for 0 chips post flop. That is very upsetting.
Well, and those two have a ton of history. Not only did they play for hours during the main event just months ago, but I have to imagine online they played a lot with each other.
I'd have to guess so.
I mean,
I don't know.
You said that she played, what, 15 million hands?
Yeah, but those were at cash.
Good point.
Yeah, so I don't know. Lena's kind of known as the end boss of the tournament streets. I don't know how much cash is playing. Whereas Chrissy was playing mostly cash. I know that she shifted her game over and mostly plays online tournaments now, but...
Yeah, the 4, he said.
I have 4.
4. Big fold.
Big fold.
So Foxen raising under the gun.
If you know, you know.
The big blind defends. Oh, hello.
This is his favorite game.
Hello.
Look at this flop.
Yeah.
Just planting.
Now, Foxen does have a 10 of clubs in her hand.
She does. Also, these monotone flops are ones that you want to be very careful in your approach. Certainly have to respect the fact that both players have a large number of flushes.
Call. Oops.
Talk just finds the raise. Oh, I'm sorry. He found the call. This is very tricky by him. Unfortunately for him, I think it's quite likely that Chrissy checks back the turn. She has the type of hand that puts in a little bit of money and unimproved would like to just see showdown. So if he knew that, he would prefer to have check raised, but...
This is his game within the game, you know?
And she does check it back, as you predicted. And
oh, wow.
Yeah. Wow. It's a funny game, this is.
Oh, Azak finds the check, too.
Wow. This is so cool.
This is going to make him the maximum. If he came with a big bet, she might just call, just in case he has the flush.
Well, the question is, does she pay off the check raise?
I'd have to with the 10 of clubs. I'd have to imagine so.
King Jack.
She might even, given the fact that she checked back. That is this a?
She just went more than pot.
What was the
She went 75 into 43.
Okay. Now maybe she finds a fold versus the check raise. I'm not saying she does, but it's a possibility. Is he just calling?
Well, look, I was going to say, does he ever just call this, though?
I mean, the way he's talking, he must just be calling. Wow.
I think she lost less by betting more.
Yeah, absolutely she did. If she bet 40,000, he was going to make it 200.
And then she's just hating it.
Yeah. I'm not sure. I really wish ATAC had given that a little bit more time just to think through it, because...
Is she checking back the turn with a bigger flush?
Exactly. Maybe if she has some nut flushes that don't require as much protection, maybe then she finds some traps. But I just think it's not that often that she does that, and
it's far more
likely
likely she made a two pair or something
or a
weird.
set, yeah. That was a very quick seeing monsters under the bed type of thing. I'm not saying he has to raise, but I would like to at least think through it for a little bit, not give away the strength of my hand immediately with my speech.
I've heard that phrase before. Obviously, you can't play poker afraid of the monsters under your bed and all that stuff. But what happens if there are actually monsters under your bed?
What do you?
I'm just saying.
I mean, like
actual monsters.
So like the Pixar movie?
Yeah.
Oh.
But instead it's like Lena and Kristen Foxton and Chidwick.
Yeah.
Right?
I have a Shiba Inu who likes to climb under our bed, so I kind of have monsters
there
under
you
my
go.
bed.
Flush draw again. Clearly Attack's going to make it because he's just a monster.
He really is.
These are the two chip leaders, by the way, at our featured table. Check back from Mustafov.
It's funny, Mustafov's ascent to 1.3 million has been quite quiet, whereas ATAC has been in and out of every other pot so far.
This is pretty funny. Hold'em Hustle says in the chat, I need a shower after watching that river call. Well played, sir.
Andy, this is my bracelet? Okay. I just asked.
Confident. I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Change.
Yeah, it's like the Sunday Million. He plays it one time, he wins it.
Want it for free. You
Easy
want
game.
Earn, right?
Yeah.
Listen, you shoot your shot and you go for it, okay?
7%? Much more.
It's like if you're going to lie big.
Hey.
I think maybe 64.
We have not had any eliminations 4 levels in. What level do you think, at what point do you think we, throw this question out to you, it's a fun one. At what point do we get an elimination? How many minutes in? So we're already.
From now?
No, we're already 2 hours and we're about 2 hours and 25 minutes in right now.
Okay.
At what point do we get an elimination?
I'm going to say in the next 2.5 levels. I'm going to say in the next 1 hour and
like
40 minutes.
Okay.
How's that sound?
So you're setting the line in an hour.
I'm trying to be real specific.
You're setting a
here,
line in an
Tuckman.
hour and 40 minutes. Can I take the under?
Oh, God. Have you looked at...
No, I have no idea.
Oh, really?
No clue.
You could take the under. I like
listen,
your
they're
side, though.
They're actually following this on Poker News. You can follow along, but Poker News has actually delayed their reporting to match our stream, so it doesn't ruin it.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
Now Tuckman can't angle me in these prop bets
No, there's no
anymore.
angling going on whatsoever. I have no idea. I
I'm
promise
just messing, buddy.
I know. But I would take the under on the hour and 40.
All right, let's do it.
Okay.
What are we... Is this your traditional six-pack of beer?
Bottle of wine? Or
Bottle of wine. Wow.
I'm older now.
We've really classed up this
I'm a
prop
class.
bet.
Hey,
I like
listen,
this.
I am all class.
All right.
Foxy bets 25,000 and does get this ace-queen bet through. Had the queen of clubs in her hand, so would have been intriguing if there was a call. does she bluff clubs on the river? But we will never know.
We won't know, but we know she has it in her.
That's for sure.
She's more than capable of finding those bluffs.
Yeah.
And part of her considerations in even calling the turn are so that she can bluff clubs.
Good point.
That's baked into the value of calling the turn, is the potential to bluff those cards. Orpin. You know, some people wear their heart on their sleeve. Orpin wears the word savage on his head. And it's kind of the same thing. He is a savage at the table.
I think so. You know, I have seen the, you know, you've seen situations where, you know, the giant man is nicknamed Tiny, so forth and so on. But in that case, I do think that.
Oh, this one's pretty on the nose.
Yeah.
I would say.
Whole bunch of nothing for everybody as we look at the 7-high flop. Lena going to attack out of the big blind.
I listened to a fantastic interview with Orpin the other day. The interviewer was Jonathan Jaffe. And I just love Orpin's general demeanor, I guess you could call it, in life. Just the way he carries himself. Very calm, chill way of going about it. He stakes a couple guys in some very, very high-stake poker games, tournaments. And he was like, you know, it's an interesting business. I learned from them. Maybe I win, maybe I lose. Hopefully I win. He's like, but, you know, life isn't long enough for that sort of sample size, so we will see. It's just, you know, he's...
Too philosophical and far too intelligent for me, but I can certainly appreciate it.
You see Tuckman out there. Hey, listen, guys, you get out there and you go win me some money.
Either win or lose.
Don't come back if you don't win me some money.
It's a zero-sum game, okay? Scoreboard.
Yeah.
I don't want to hear this, well, you know, I don't want to hear that you won Sklansky bucks. Doesn't do anything for me. By the way, there was a bet and 2 calls. And Lena just, I guess, knows exactly where his opponents are at, just understands that he's in the big blind. He's going to have more 5s in his range than they are.
Exactly. Yeah, he has a lot more 5s than his opponents. A number of those 5s are happy calling. Any 5 with a club is in there, if not raising. Any 5 with a pair, any 5 with an ace, maybe a 5 with a king, those sort of hands. Really well done by Lena. Nice execution.
The World Series of Poker Europe has one more stop this year. Vegas, a huge hit as always. Here we are in Rosvadov. Next stop, the Bahamas. In December.
I have to imagine those are very different climates.
No, Rosvadov and the Bahamas are almost exactly the same. It's weird.
Yeah?
Yes. What? Western Czech Republic?
You got to worry about a lot of bull sharks in Rosvadov.
Rosvadov is such a quiet little town.
I'd like to visit one day.
You should. It should. It's like it almost feels like it's taken out of, you know, like the town in Beauty and the Beast. Like it's a small little quiet little quaint town, and then you've got this beautiful, you know, resort casino right in the middle of it. Orpin 3-betting, Foxen calling, and Orpin has hit a pair of queens, backdoor spade draw. Foxen, no hearts out there to speak of, does have a gut shot.
Yeah. Depending on the price, that may be enough to keep her around. She would love to have diamonds or 1 spade in her hand, of course.
Sorry, how much? 20.
Chrissy's going nowhere. This is just a great price to hit her gut shot, potentially win a huge pot, or maybe some doors open up to find a bluff later on in the hand.
158,000 in the pot right now. You can see the players' country represented next to their name. Orpin representing Turkey, Foxen, the United States.
Orpin finding the check here, opening the doors for Chrissy.
Opening the door to what? To bluff?
Yeah, but
and lose more money?
She
lose
would
more chips?
need, well, possibly win a lot of chips, but she would need to find a turn and river bet.
I think she said 90.
Yeah, this is starting to set up something big.
I mean, there was a raise, a 3-bet, and a call. And when you've got second pair, it's a little concerning.
Yep.
He also does block his opponent from having spade draw.
He does, and that's something that's going through his mind right now. I don't know if that will affect his river decision, because missed nut flush draw isn't the type of hand that Chrissy would be looking to bluff with. I don't think that would be her leading candidate. It would be something more like the Jack-10 suited type of hands. Oh, that's a really bad card for Chrissy. I don't know if she'll be bluffing this one.
Yeah. And I think it's fairly certain to say that Orpin's not going to fold, no matter what she does.
No, I don't think he will be. However, she may think he has something occasionally like pocket jacks or like a king 10 suited. It's just too risky.
340.
Wow.
She goes for it.
I'm a little surprised that she finds the bluff here, but not in the other hand.
She goes for it. And Orpin has not folded, has not called yet, but I cannot imagine a world.
Yeah, I didn't know what was happening, but I assume he's giving it a little tank before he puts her all in, just so as to not make it so obvious that he has it.
I mean, sure.
Yeah, there it is.
Oh.
Is that all then?
What a gut punch.
Yeah, that's...
What a gut punch when you're going for the big bluff on the river and you get raised all in, and you can't even call for your last 55,000.
That's really, truly brutal for Chrissy.
The 2022 World Series Poker Europe No Limit Hold'em Diamond High Roller Bracelet winner. Can he win it in even years? That's what he's going for, right? 22, 24.
Sure.
I'll be happy with that. Well,
he's got 1.2 wins any way he can get it, Tuckman.
Yeah, no doubt. He's got 1.4 million chips. He is our chip leader at our feature table. The story, though, 4-time bracelet winner Kristen Foxen, actually on fumes with just 11 big blinds, 55,000 chips. Okay, it's quiz time, everybody. Are you ready? How many bracelet events are in the 2024 World Series of Poker Europe tournament?
I think it might be A.
There you go.
I have a feeling A is the answer. I don't think we got our timing right on that one, but
yeah.
How much?
I'll get that guess off faster next time. I was going to guess A, by the way.
I don't believe you.
36.
Well, that's fair. I should have sold a bigger lie. I have a question for you, Tuckman.
Yes, sir.
Has it been an hour and 40 minutes yet?
It has not been an hour and 40 minutes yet.
I might be losing this bet. I don't know.
Nice. Listen, I want a nice bottle of wine. Okay?
Yeah.
None of that like $2 Chuck stuff.
Oh, you didn't say what bottle of wine you were getting. I got a nice yellowtail.
It's got to be. And it's got to be I said a bottle of wine. I don't want wine in a box.
There's some good box wines now.
I want a bottle that your wife would drink.
Wow, you're really starting to get into some fancy stuff now. I don't know if I can do that.
Maximum, what the player?
She's bluffing.
No, opposite. Yeah.
You remember Leon yesterday, opposite?
I can't hear down here.
No?
No. I don't know why. The sound is like, all I hear is mumbling.
Wasn't yesterday, one day before. 1 day before.
What happened 1 day before?
2 days. You said yesterday it was 2
My
days.
night.
Yeah, 2 days ago. Yeah, I did
Never
not play
win
yesterday
against him.
for me.
Never. Maybe I have to just surrender.
Surrender before the flop?
Yeah.
I like.
Yeah.
Oh, I could see the stash in the background.
Oh, yeah.
See Chidwick there
Lift that head
over
up.
Jesus' right shoulder.
Kings.
You can see the stash.
I can't wait till we slide over there and check in on his chip stack. Catch a little glimpse of that glorious mustache.
I was folding kings if you
So raise for Mustafov.
So, not really.
He's going to get some action.
A little four-way affair.
Yeah, and, some dusty hands as we see this flop. Top pair for Jesus.
These guys are keeping it loose, man. We got the 6-4 suited in the hijack. The Queen 6 suited in the small blind. I like this. This is mixing it up. It's a little harder to figure out exactly what their ranges look like. Unfortunately for the two players with a 4 in their hand, they're in bad shape.
Yeah, attack. I'm a little intrigued like that. I mean, I know players defend their big blind pretty light these days.
Mm-hmm.
But multi-way action, 9-4 offsuit.
That doesn't fit in your range of hands.
Yeah, but I'm not. I mean, I'm far from a high roller. I don't know. What do you think?
I might have let that one go. I might have let that one go, but, you know.
I mean, I'm just wondering, short of flopping 2-pair or better, what flop do I like? Like, this is a really good flop.
I guess you like the 3-spade 4 board.
Like, this is a really good flop for his hand, and he's got to get rid of it.
Oh, he lets it go?
I mean, he doesn't have to, but he did.
Yeah. Yeah. You don't know if your flush draw is good. You don't know if your bottom pair is good.
Well, Jesus now got a straight draw to go along with top pair. Astet drawing to snowman or spade.
This is somewhat interesting for Niklas. If he bets the turn, does he ever get a queen to fold? That would be the real value in betting the turn. Obviously, there's some value in also extracting value from some sort of ace-high hand with the ace of spades or something like that. But it's a big win if you ever get a queen to fold. If your opponent has something like queen 10 of diamonds and you bet and they fold, that's really nice. He goes with the more traditional route of checking back. I can't fault that.
And Jesus is going to put a little sprinkle out there, 25 into 79.
This is tough for Niklas. It's a good price, but there are so many hands that beat you now. Yeah, he lets it go. Really well done. You're losing to a number of 5s, a ton of queens, any slow-played flush.
Yeah, 6-7.
6-7. Ace deuce. I could go on.
No, you're beating very little. You're beating very, very little. The German pro stacking his chips. As we continue, we have two tables of 6 right now. Registration is open until the start of day 2, so we'll see how many more players or how many registrations we get. I want to thank you for all of you for spending your Thursday with us, wherever you might be in the world.
You go Monte Carlo again?
Good evening for those of you in Europe.
Big player.
Only for first event.
Yeah.
250K.
Yeah.
Did you go?
Sue raising.
Stupid same.
Foxen says, let's go all of it. There's a call.
Oh, shit.
And could I be 5 cards away from a bottle of wine? And could Foxen be 5 cards away from maybe having a re-entry?
Yeah, you know, if Hisu had something a little weaker, maybe like a Jack 9 offsuit or 10-8 offsuit, he might have found a fold, but not a lot of fold equity for Chrissy, and King 10 is not going to let it go for this price.
Yes.
Just to make sure.
Or are you talking about getting wine from me?
Quick is flop.
I was. Oh, wow, what a flop. She's got the flush draw.
Not so fast, Tuckman.
She is in great shape to double up here. And keep in mind, by the way, if she doubles up, she has over 20 big blinds.
Yeah.
Well, only a king or a 10 that is not a diamond will send her to the rail. Queen of diamonds, she makes the nuts.
I think it's 30, 40. Me, that's what I'm going to do.
Nuts.
So full double up for Foxton, who's now up over 20 big blinds. And probably still feels severely short stacked, but I mean, 20, 25 big blinds.
It's better than no big blinds.
You're not the best analyst in the world for nothing, my friend. Here you have it.
It's a lot better than no big
20
blinds.
big blinds, better than no big blinds,
I
everybody.
was going to make a comment on how if she busted, she could re-enter, spin it up, and still win the tournament, and then not care that she fired the second bullet, right? But you know what's even better than that? Just spinning back up that 50K into a win. Plus, what feels better than that?
I mean, at this point, if she gets back up to a half, like 500,000, 600,000, she probably considers it a win.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
okay, I just saved 50K.
Yeah.
And cover, I think, everything.
Orpin. Nice, nice pretty hand, especially when you're deep, 7-6 suited.
Hisu has the blade, number 1.
Kind of a smaller 3-bet. All right, 35,000?
Yeah.
Where's that standard these days?
I tend to go a little bit larger, especially this deep. I like to add a little extra on there the deeper we get.
Kristen may be considering something
GG.
there, but
Yes.
thinks better of it.
Of course.
If Orpin knew what his Sue had, he kind of would love his spot, right?
Yeah. I think given the price and the fact that his cards generally won't interact with Hisu's hand, he's still loving it regardless.
Very short sack play.
7-6 suited is such a nice hand because your cards are very freed up from what your opponent has. Obviously, you're still losing when you make a pair versus some over pairs, but it's not like if you make one pair, you're just putting all of your chips in the pot.
Yeah. And, well, he's got a lot going on here. He's got a pair, and he's got backdoor straight and flush equity.
Guy on Twitch, the Danish guy.
No.
Sue.
Yeah, it was streaming.
He's going to bet pretty small, 15,000 into 85.
Yeah, very small. And if you're going to go small again, aces is a nice hand for it. Because you're not so worried about your opponent turning something that beats you as you would be with, say, like pocket queens.
There's a call. 5 of spades for a sweat? No, it's a deuce. Probably the worst card in the deck for Orpin.
Yeah. He's drawing near dead. If his opponent turned an ace, you could argue that'd be worse, but at least then you just get away from it.
Right.
Whereas on this card, you might feel compelled to put some more money in the pot.
Right, you're still beating ace kings, ace queens, those kind of hands. And yet you went from having a significant amount of equity to just 6%. I think I got too greedy. I asked for the 5 of spades.
You got the deuce of clubs.
Yeah. Maybe I should have just asked for a 5. Any 5.
That'd have been fair. If you're going to ask for a turn card, Tuckman, go big.
Right? There you go. That's the theme of the show. Go big or go home.
I guess so. I want a really nice bottle of wine. Look at this guy.
Yeah.
It's the way to do it with the World Series of Poker.
Yeah.
Bringing family or no?
Only with my wife.
Okay.
Orpin thinking this one through.
Yeah, they had the sick tournament.
And it looks like he is going to call.
Yeah, this is such a small bet. He doesn't need to win the pot that often for this call to be good.
Well, he's not going to win it here.
20 continue.
Kind of a nondescript jack on the river.
Day 3?
The deuce pairing on the turn is just such a nice card for Hasu.
Yeah.
And go direct
They play longer.
Not only does it feel like a generally safe card, but it reduces the number of combos that his opponent is beating him with. So if his opponent probably doesn't have pocket twos when there's two twos on the board, whereas if the turn was, let's say, a jack, his opponent could have pocket jacks.
It's good for the chip leader.
And Hisu just going to continue. He went very, very small. Went somewhat smallish, and here it's a lot larger, 160 into 220.
It honestly looked good, the tournament.
Hisu does seem to have this pattern of smaller bets on flop and turn, and then just dropping the hammer on the river.
Win, cancel guarantee.
Of course, they don't want to.
Seems like it would be a particularly effective strategy when you're bluffing, as you're putting the max pressure on the last street, so you allow your opponent to put more money in the pot before that street, and then you give yourself the maximum opportunity to win the pot once that money's been put in.
I didn't follow it,
Yeah,
to be honest.
it's not 40 million.
Yeah.
No guarantee.
Oh, wow.
What? This is not guaranteed?
Which event is that?
Just the win. It's
That's right, sorry.
It's
In
a
December.
WSOP event.
Stop doing it at the same
In
time.
Vegas.
Yeah.
Yeah. You never go to Vegas, right? Yeah.
I was, yeah, but...
Yeah.
Nice shot of the featured table. You know, I'm not even sure. So we made this bottle of wine bet, and did we mark down a time? You said an hour and 40 minutes, and I said the under.
I think it was at, what time is it now? It's like
4 minutes ago?
12:15. I think it was at like 10:30. We booked the bet, so we got about 4 more minutes. No, sorry, we're 6 minutes past.
Maybe somebody listening can let us know in the chat. I want to say it was like 25 minutes ago.
Sure.
Feels like that.
I believe that you believe that.
Only pre-4.
Doesn't it feel like 25 minutes, somewhere in that range?
Hour 25.
Come on.
Always fight, though. Always fight, you do.
Where is the players? Only 12 players.
That's good, no?
Maybe Martin come.
Bigger chance of for the bracelet.
No, for the layover.
How many?
20.
But it's always gonna get 20.
Maybe it's gonna get 19 if no one joins.
Yeah, it's gonna get 20.
They just
This
changed
is
the felt.
typical where people come tomorrow, I think, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's a good question. This felt is very mesmerizing. Somebody in that
like the
conversation.
felt just changed.
Think so?
Maybe I'm losing my mind. Action folds around. So the number one leader in Turkey, money earning poker-wise, that's Orpi.
Okay.
Orpin just limping in. Or just calling, sorry, my bad. After Hisu raised. See an 8 high flop. When defending the big blind, do you factor in where the original raise came from?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
The earlier position, the tighter you should play, because they're going to have a tighter range, and you need a little bit of a stronger hand to defend against that.
Yes, 6 is okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
17.
Yeah.
Not too much.
In this case, though, these players are getting quite loose with it. I appreciate it, but it means that you want to open up again, right? If you saw that your opponent was opening under the gun with ace-4 offsuit, you'd say, hey, maybe I should open up my range as well a little bit against them.
16, that's in one go you did? You did in one go?
Yes.
The Ferrari outside is yours?
No. No, this time I come with plane. But
Says Renat Hisu, the German poker player.
just 2 stops.
Just to the left of the dealer. That is not him.
2 stops.
That is
Plane.
Sali Atak.
Yeah, you did. Yeah.
It's It's always fascinating to me how the game continues to evolve. I feel like several years ago I was commentating, and 65 hands in, we would have seen multiple 3-bet bluffs and a couple of 4-bet bluffs and maybe even a 5-bet bluff. And now, I don't think we've seen very many 3-bets at all. We've only seen one 4-bet, and I don't know if we've seen many 3-bet bluffs at all today, have we?
I feel like every 3-bet we've seen has been a fairly legitimate hand.
Like they've had a hand, right? And even the 4-bet spot, it was late position open, 3-bet with a legitimate hand, 4-bet with a legitimate hand.
35,000.
The most out of line or bluffy anyone's been with a 4-bet, as far as I remember, was Chrissy's ace-queen offsuit. And in that case, it was ace-queen offsuit. It's not like she had some random bluff.
Right, and again, that in that spot, the original razor was the cutoff.
Yeah.
And then you had small blind 3-bet.
Yep.
So.
Very late positions. Some looser players as well. And it was still ace-queen offsuit. We're not talking about, you know.
Right, it's not turning king 3 suited into a bluff.
Yeah.
Yeah. Open-ended straight draw here for Mustafov with the jack 10. Jesus with a pair, second pair, and is going to make the call.
Mustafov just starting out with quite a large bet. Potentially planning to apply further pressure on future streets.
Or just get there.
Yeah. As a backup plan, making the nuts is always nice. And not only making the nuts, but making the nuts while your opponent turns an open-ended straight draw to go with their pair, so they will feel compelled to continue.
So that big bet on the flop right now paying dividends as this pot is bigger now, allowing Mustafov to bet a little bit more now if they want to. And it looks like that is the choice they're going. 140 into 118.
Is it me or does Mustafov just insta-bet?
I mean, they only have 20 seconds. So.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate that style of just, I know what I'm doing. I have my general plan. If I'm betting, it's going to be fast. If I'm checking, it's going to be fast. One of the best players I ever played with in my life used to just insta-c-bet every single time, and I really appreciated that. He was like, look, I'm not... you know I'm going to bet here. I know I'm going to bet here. What's going on here?
There's a call. Now just under 400,000 in the pot. It's a big one. Backdoor hearts get there.
A little less concern for Mustafov since he has a heart in his hand.
Jesus checks. Luckily for Jesus, 6 did not come off.
Very luckily. The offsuit 6 would have been, well, I don't want to say a lights out card, but, you know, half your stack on average will say you're losing.
So Mustafov goes 140 on the turn.
Oof.
And then now 180.
Yeah.
And
oh.
I was wondering what he was doing there.
A little balk by Mr. Jesus. Maybe trying to pick up some sort of tell.
I was going to say, I mean, grab the chips, maybe get a read a little bit.
Yeah. We're talking about some tricky stuff here.
I mean, there was no forward movement there. It was clearly not a bet, but
yeah,
it looked like he was considering one.
No, but he has made very clear intentions in his decision so far. So when he does that, it could legitimately elicit a reaction from his opponent, even a subtle one on their face that he could pick up on. You know, it's almost like you trap them by just being clear cut with what you're doing all day, and then one big decision you kind of, and he might not even meant to do it. He might have been like, I'm going to pay this off. And he's like, maybe not, you know?
Yeah. Well, there's well over 500,000 chips in there. That is not a call. That is a time extension card. The glasses have come off.
He's in the torture chamber now. Look at him.
Yeah.
This is the most emotion we've seen out of Jesus so far. And honestly, it's still not that much emotion, but it's just the most.
Looks like he's going to... Oh. Is he going to pay him off?
Oh, he really doesn't want to put these chips in.
No. What kind of hands is Mustafa bluffing with here?
It would have to be something along the lines of ace-jack or ace-10 with the ace of hearts type of thing, ace-jack or ace-10 with the 10 of hearts, king-10 offsuit with the heart. Those sort of hands would be pretty natural bluffs here. And then, of course, you could find some less natural bluffs, something like a pocket sixes, maybe with the 6 of hearts type of hand. Just something random, like ace-3 suited.
A lot of dancing going on there, a lot of flirting. But eventually, Husu does find the fold. Mustafov wins a nice pot up to 1.5 million. Husu back down to 1.2 million. Again, you are watching the Diamond High Roller. 50,000 euros was the buy-in. Jesse Sylvia alongside David Tuckman calling the action.
I do appreciate that tank by Husu. He recognized that 9-10 might be a better bluff catcher than a random queen, for instance. Just having the 10 in your hand is quite valuable in terms of catching opponents' bluffs.
I mean, when your opponent goes bet, and then the turn bet was particularly interesting because, you know, he went 1.3x pot, right? So having that 10 in your hand, it's just like, you know, your opponent's telling you a story that, hey,
exactly,
I've got a huge hand here or a huge draw, right? So, and you have a 10 in your hand, which makes that a little bit harder.
Yep. Yeah, no, I think that the 9-10 is almost definitely a better bluff catcher than something weird like Queen 4 suited. And for that reason, I think it was worthy of taking that time and burning those time chips to figure it out.
You know, you talked about one of the players kind of knowing exactly what they're going to do, right, when it's up to their turn, which I find so impressive because, you know, maybe, you know, a lot of players out there, myself included, we know what we want to do. Yeah, I'm definitely going to bet here. I'm definitely going to check here. I'm definitely going to fold, whatever it might be. But I don't know my sizing, right? Okay, I know I'm going to bet here. Or I know I'm going to raise here.
Yeah.
What's the sizing? What's the correct sizing? And, you know, these guys in just 20 seconds are able to hash that out, which is so impressive.
Truly. And they find
how about a turn
generally
card for
quite
us?
good sizings, too.
He has turned 80% of a royal.
80% of a royal is music to my ears. This is a really nice hand to find a bluff with as well. As 4 ways, king high is very unlikely to win at showdown.
Yeah, give yourself a chance to win the hand without making the hand, right?
This would be a tough call for ATAC to make in a 4-way pot with 3rd pair. It's so easy for one of the players to have an ace. So easy for one of the players to have a queen. Yeah. Into the muck it goes.
Yeah. And Lena got a queen to fold and a 9 to fold in that spot.
Sometimes it's all about the order of the hands. If the last player to act had the queen, they might peel. But with 2 players behind them, it's just so easy that one of your opponents has an ace in their hand.
How? He knows stuff.
I can see it in your face.
Yeah? So easy, eh? Jack 10, yeah?
Still no casualties
What?
as we watch these players battle.
I mean, you, right?
Let's keep it that way.
A raise from Orpin in the cutoff.
15, right?
A-Tech gets away from it. Krista not going to give him any action, and kind of a nondescript hand.
But why not offsuit?
We haven't had too many raise and take it's.
We really haven't at this table.
We have mistake. Offsuit.
This is a table of habitual defenders. Look at this deep stack play right here. Almost every player has 200 plus big blinds.
Yeah, I mean, the first level today, they started off 500 big blinds deep, so.
You don't get to watch a ton of that, Tuckman.
No,
I really
no.
enjoy seeing this stuff.
No, it's definitely, at this point, it plays more like a cash game, right?
Yeah. Cash game with an ante, which is one of my favorite formats, to be honest.
I mean, as far as I'm concerned, I feel like you have to do that nowadays, right?
Yeah. I would say so.
I mean, does anybody still play? No limit hold'em with just 2 blinds and no ante?
Unfortunately, there's a lot of places that still do that, and a lot of the regulars demand that it stays that way, and it just kills the games.
Either add a third blind or add the big blind ante or something.
Yeah.
You gotta
Do
spice it up.
something to punish the nits. Don't make life so easy on the nits.
There's an ace. Hasu is opening up a little bit in the cutoff, queen 7. Wow. The old school computer hand.
Hasu is feeling himself today. He just looks confident, too.
I mean, I had to look twice because I assumed when I saw the ace 10 and the queen 7, I assumed that Mustavov was the pre-flop raiser and Hasu had defended from the big blind, but it was the opposite way.
Yeah, I kind of did the same thing until you pointed it out. It's like, oh, naturally Hasu's in the big blind with queen 7 offsuit. What can you do? Got to peel. How far does he want to take this one?
It's kind of a funny little dance you take because you know the player in the big blind is defending pretty wide, which means, I mean, they could be floating. They could also have a 9. They could have a 4. And does the double barrel get everything but an ace to fold? Does it get it?
I was about to say this 7 is kind of a fun card to have when you're bluffing because on the 8-5 type of runouts, you have kind of a natural sort of card in your hand to bluff with, and you don't really show up with many 7s in this situation that don't have a pair that want to see a showdown or, you know, are pocket 7s. So to have something like queen 7 offsuit here, given this particular runout, is really nice, but he doesn't really capitalize on it by betting. He may be happy that he didn't, since Mustavov had a pretty strong ace and may not have folded. But I do think the 7 was a nice card to consider the triple barrel there.
Yeah, and that's the other challenge, too, because you look at a spot like that, and you pat yourself on the back for a moment thinking, okay, I saved money. Because ace 10, probably one of the best hands that your opponent's going to have in that spot. I mean, that's just a really big hand to wake up in the big blind with. But I think kind of, you know, walking through the weeds and trying to figure out, okay, well, it worked out in this spot, but should I actually be bluffing here a number of times? Do I get the 9s to fold sometimes? Do I get enough folds in the spot where this actually is a profitable bluff? And, you know, trying to figure that out is so hard.
Yeah. Sometimes it's impossible. And then you just have to play a very balanced strategy, have some bluffs, have some value bets. Sometimes you feel like you just have a great grasp on the situation, and every bluff seems to work out. And every time you don't bluff, they would have called you down.
Poker is incredibly humbling at times. As I always say, sometimes you are the windshield and sometimes you are the bug. Give us a moment to say hi to some people in the chat. I want to thank you all for spending your Thursday here with us, wherever you might be in the world. Orpin raising, Hasu calling. We see a king high flop. Double gutter. A sneaky little double gutter for Jesus. Catch a queen or an 8 to make the straight. 10 high, by the way, the best hand.
$10-9 on King Jack 7 and Jack 10 on Ace Queen 8 are two of my favorite hands.
Double gutters are cool because when you make it, nobody sees it.
Yeah. Or they at least give it less credit to exist, even if it could exist just as easily as the regular open-enders.
I love getting yelled at too when you you hit it and then they pay you off and then they're like, "Oh, you stuck around with a gutter." I'm like double gutter. Whatever. You be quiet.
Do you correct them?
No. I go, "Yeah, I'm just lucky."
I like to squint at the board and be like, "Oh, I had a gut shot. I just thought 10 high was good."
Hey, my 10 high's not good.
Really piss him off, Tuckman.
Hello from Rosvadov. Give us a moment to say hi to some people in the chat. What's up, Giuseppe? Thanks for the kind words. Hello, Hawaii boy. We are live. Well, as live as we ever could be for poker with showing the whole cards.
Then I take anyway. Doesn't matter.
Hello, Chuzma Ba, the card maniac.
Card Maniac saying he misses the days of having gigantic stacks at the table. I do find myself missing that as well.
I mean, I think there's got to be a happy medium you find, and I've gotten into conversations with tournament directors about this, and I feel like, first of all, the World Series of Poker main event, leave it alone. It's perfect.
By the way, Mustafov picking up pocket queens after his opponent's 3-bet ahead of him. This is a really nice situation for him.
Yeah, Jesus. Oh, wow, another big hand here. King, queen. Very quickly in the muck. Jesus, the original razor. Attack, 3-betting. And the funny thing is, if there's one player who's kind of been played back at a lot, it's been this guy right here. But
yeah.
He is very quickly finds a fold against Mustafov.
I'm a little surprised by that fold. We have not had any evidence come across our table so far to make us think that attack is in any way, shape, or form a folder.
No bluff.
Yeah, I knew there was going to be a fold.
Really?
I was continuing. Yeah, I just had a feeling.
Wow.
Same way I had a feeling we're going to lose a player in the next hour.
This is not bluff.
I think we should switch seats.
No?
I'll do the lead-ins for this.
Keep bluff.
I'll do the general announcements. And I want you to run the commentary for a bit. You've had some great insights so far, Tuckman. I think it's time.
Appreciate that. Ooh.
Nicholas.
Yeah, Lena lost more than half his stack in the first, I'll say, 9 hands he played. But got a lot of that back when he hit 2-pair on the river and check raised. And then has kind of stayed out of the fray since then, but he picks up kings here.
Yeah. I never been.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not bad.
You cannot drive there, though.
Yeah, I know.
So you don't like flying?
No.
Ah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Nothing to
How about top set versus a flush draw?
This could get spicy.
So with just 4 high.
Schedule, it like overlaps pretty bad.
I not see the schedule, but
It's almost a little unfortunate that Jesus,
no guarantee.
well, from Lena's standpoint, it's a little unfortunate that Jesus saw this flop.
Yeah.
As the Jack-9 suited,
I still think it
could
would be a
very
great
well have 3-bet.
turnout, but I don't
Yeah,
know.
but with guarantee everybody. Go
Yeah,
to the
it won't be the
Now
same.
how does Jesus want to play this?
I wish they would
Check
just,
raise,
like, not
very reasonable
make you
option.
choose.
You have a number of good
To-
barrel
yeah,
cards
to
that
play
aren't a
both.
club.
Yeah.
Let's say you hit a 3, you now have an open ender. An ace or a 6 give you a
I
gut
know,
shot to go with
that's
your flush
true.
draw.
Well, he is
that's
taking
very
your
true.
advice, and he has gone for the check raise. So it's 28,000 back over to Lena.
No, I don't think so. I think we're gonna go to the Bahamas. Yeah, you?
Probably
Keep it deep. Yeah.
Lena just calls. Top set is quite often the hand that you want to be trapping with.
Okay.
That is quite a card.
Yeah, 125,000 in the pot, and for the German pro, his hand becomes a little bit easier to navigate once he makes the flush.
Not gone in a while,
But checks it.
Also with the Christmas things, it's
Yes.
very nice.
Yes.
cozy, go outside, get
It's
cold.
cold, but it's good.
I think this one would prefer to bet
Just
as
need a good coat. That's the-
it doesn't love seeing a check and then a club comes off and it kills your action, as is exactly what happens.
What a terrible, terrible run out for Lena, although he doesn't realize that it's actually a pretty good run out in the sense that he shouldn't lose many more chips. And there is a world where he could even turn his hand into a bluff.
Not too far from Gruyere.
Certainly.
I mean, he's got top set, so.
I think with top set in particular, he won't. But yeah, I mean, I understand what you're saying. I think Kasu can go either way with it. A check is fine, and a block would be nice as well.
But it was beautiful. I loved it. I really like it there.
Okay, so Lena has just gone 100,000.
Which part do you live?
60,000, sorry. And a snap call.
Okay.
Yeah, and Lena, as soon as Lena got called, he said too quick. He knew if his opponent called that quickly, he has a flush, and Lena can't beat him. He needed a tank call from 2 pair a set.
German and English.
Okay.
Doing
everything.
Okay. Oh, wow.
So Lena actually value betting top set on that 4 flush board.
Yeah, I think Lena was thinking, look, I can buy that you're check raising a flush draw on the flop, and check the turn sometimes. So you could have some flushes that way. But if you had something like the ace of clubs and you check raise the flop and you turned a club, wouldn't you continue your story?
Yeah.
So I think that he actually expects his opponent not to have that many flushes there. Meanwhile, his opponent's play is consistent with all sorts of 2 pairs sets that may slow down on the turn. So yeah, he went for some thin value, but it makes a lot of sense.
You lost the minimum, right?
I mean, if you bet turn, I call check river. Same, right?
You're right, yeah.
I lost maximum every hand.
That's that's not advised.
No, it's not. It's been a tough day for Chrissy. She's made a lot of difficult decisions, and sometimes those decisions go the wrong way. In a series of going the wrong way, it starts to wear on you. You start to feel like maybe you're not the poker player that you've built yourself up to become. And then, they start all going the other way, and you think you're a poker god for a little while. These are the ebbs and flows of the game, Tuckman.
Which you certainly have lived.
Yeah, I'm usually on the string of bad decisions berating myself side, but every now and then, a few decisions go well. I final table the main event. I feel good about myself.
Because I was considering betting.
Kasu with a awful top pair continues to be good. Queen.
You don't give me probably the ace.
And that's one of the reasons why. I mean, this game is so humbling and can be so frustrating. Sometimes I feel like it's like learning how to play golf, where it's just like, why can't I do this? And but I think in poker, specifically because you're playing against other players and not just the course and the ball and yourself, it's there are days where you're making the maximum. There are days where your bluffs are working, and there are days where just nothing seems to work.
Mm-hmm. And it's not even your fault most of the time.
Right.
You're running a great bluff, but you happen to run into it.
How do you, from a mental perspective, how do you kind of get around that and just be like, okay, well, listen, I mean, how do you figure out when you're making the right decision, but the result didn't work out for you, or when you're actually making bad decisions?
Well, I mean, if I had a perfect answer for that, I'd probably have 10 bracelets, right?
Probably.
No, I think a lot of it is just trusting the strategy that you've built. And, you talk to some friends that you respect their thought process. Maybe you look up some hands, and you just kind of find a way to live with the fact that your decision making is often better than the average opponent you're up against.
Is there an acceptance there as well, of just like knowing you're going to be imperfect?
I think there has to be. I think that's true of life in general, but certainly at the poker table.
Yes. Yeah. So I wouldn't really play any high
Meanwhile,
especially in the States, because it was just
Yeah, we've gotten to the river here.
withhold 30%.
is Orpin considering a bluff? This would be pretty. Oh, he does not.
I think he was considering it, but thought better of it, and Stu was going to win a relatively small one.
He has a heart. He has one of those hands that's, you know, not the worst hand he'll get to the river with, but maybe the worst hand he'll get to the river with that has good properties for a bluff.
Oops, wrong way. Hold on. There we go.
Also move to
I take from
Yes.
Take him. Yeah.
Texas.
Okay.
But it's tough. Tough to take from.
Chrissy's such a great example of an even-keeled
Oh.
emotional personality. Look, she's sitting on 1/10 of a starting stack.
You couldn't, I mean, that's what I'm saying. If you just joined us.
Yeah, you'd have no idea.
No idea if she was up or down.
Absolutely.
Something wrong?
In a tournament of this stake buy-in, that's really something to,
It's 16?
you know, idolize a little bit or look up to.
Things just got very quiet. Maybe a little bit more serious. Lena raising from the hijack.
Help us out a bit.
Jack is going to call out of the small blind with ace-9. And there's an ace. Maybe the table just knew.
Maybe. ATAC didn't know, unfortunately for him. Ooh, Nicholas going with the larger sizing here.
Yep, 25 into 48. A very
Like
quick
this.
call. Just under 100,000 in the pot. Board pairs plus to club.
This is a good example of why the big sizing is really nice on the flop. Front loading your aggression, as they call it, because when you have a turn card like this, you have to slow down. So you'd prefer to get more money in the pot immediately before something bad happens and you have a run out where you can't extract any further value.
Now, does attack have enough hand here to actually bet for value?
I think it's a bit debatable. I think a block bet is very effective here.
And he's done just that. He bet 16,000 into 98.
Yeah, I quite like this. This ensures two things. One, oh, but Lena's too good. Lena's not going to let this go down.
And this is the one issue. I always kind of look at these blocker bets, and it just makes things really hard because I go back to what we said earlier on, probably a couple hours ago in our broadcast. And now attack's in this difficult spot of knowing, hey, is my ridiculously talented opponent taking advantage of me?
Yeah.
Or do they actually have it? He paid off the raise earlier on, did not pay this one off.
Well done.
Kicker?
Huh?
Your kicker?
Good kicker.
Good kicker?
Bad kicker?
Yeah, bad
I didn't like the 10 either.
Very friendly table. I mean, you see players laughing about it, talking about it, telling each other what they basically had.
Did he say they had a good kicker? I thought he said bad kicker.
No, he said good kicker, and then he pointed to his opponent and said bad kicker.
Yeah.
And he said, yeah, bad kicker. And he said, yeah, I didn't like the 10 either.
Yeah.
I mean, being completely honest with each other.
Absolutely. It's funny how at the lowest stakes, people tend to be pretty friendly, and at the highest stakes, people tend to be pretty friendly. And you get to the middling stakes, and that's where it gets really kind of cold and a little bit more serious, let's call it.
Dog eat dog. Sharks to blood.
Yeah, it reminds me of that bell curve where it's like the middle guy at the top is always freaking out, and then the two on the sides are just in the same sort of headspace.
I wonder why that is. Maybe at the highest stakes, it's just a matter of they've been here before. They realize, hey, we're going to battle hard, but it's just poker at the end of the day. Got an all-in here for Foxen.
Ooh.
And I imagine she will get looked up on.
Oh, yeah. She's going to find a call, and she'll have a flip. And if she wins that flip, she's going to have 200,000. That's...
back to 40 big. Well, blinds are up to 4,000, 8,000 now.
True. It's still a lot better than the 50,000 she was down to.
Yes,
put it that
and
way.
it's better than 0 big blinds also.
Oh, I really enjoy the fact that my math, the deep math that I'm running is...
Hisu has made the call.
Hisu is not a folder, man. He gets in there.
So there's a raise, a 3-bet, a call, and now a 4-bet.
Oh, now attack finds that isolation.
Yeah, that, by the way, that worked out really well
that was
for Foxen.
nice for Chrissy.
Well, she's going to get...
Yeah, she's going to get 3x on her money.
3x on her money if she wins, but she only has to beat one opponent.
Mm-hmm.
It's basically a coin flip, 53-47 with the dead cards. .99% of the time, I am rooting for Kristen Foxen. This is the 1% I'm not, because I like wine.
Oh, wow.
Oh, saw the jack, but then there's a 9. Kristen's still drawing to a 10. She can hit a 10. She can hit running diamonds, running trip, running full house. 6 of clubs, not a help.
10.
Now,
I feel the 10 of diamonds coming here.
You feel him 10 of diamonds?
Yeah.
One time, 10 of diamonds.
Little 10 of diamonds.
Give it to him. No, it's the 8. And Foxen has been eliminated. Now, again, players are allowed to re-enter. Late entry open until the start of day 2. I would imagine she's in Rosvadov at King's Resort and Casino. Poker is why you're there. I imagine she plays again, but we'll see.
I don't think Chrissy comes all the way out here
to fire one bullet.
Yeah, that doesn't feel like Chrissy's style. I think we'll be seeing more Chrissy before this day is over, Tuckman, or at least before this tournament is over.
Now, chat, I would love suggestions since I just want a bottle of wine against my friends. Feel free. Let him know which nice bottle of red he should buy me. No rosé, no white, please. I'd like a nice bottle of red.
Oh yeah, you're a dark red type of guy, huh? If you got anything from 1943-ish, that sort of year,
I don't need vinegar. Ace King here for a Sioux. King 10 for attack. I did in one of my classic World Series of Poker booth bets. I won a 6-pack against Jamie Kerstetter. And Jamie, in just perfect Jamie Kerstetter fashion, brought me a 6-pack of, like, the fruitiest, sweetest wine cooler you could ever have in your life. It's undrinkable.
Oh, that's great. I'm going to call Jamie about this recommendation.
I genuinely would have thought, I could be, dying of thirst, and I would not have had that. It was that bad.
That sounds pretty bad. A-Tag with a nice little, we talk about those hidden double gutters.
Yeah.
This is a great one with the backdoor flush draw.
I was going to say with the King of Spades as well. So
yeah, throw that in there too.
I kind of love situations like that where it's like, okay, I hit a queen, I got the nuts. I hit an 8, I got the straight.
Mm-hmm.
If I had a spade, I can bluff at it.
Feels like you bought a car with all the little bells and whistles on it, doesn't it? I got this. When I open up the door, there's lights.
I got an extra trunk over here.
Yeah, 2 computer screens. Now what can you do?
He's still going to bet and take it.
Yeah, I don't see Hisu. Hisu has surprised me before, though.
Yeah, he's sticky, but no spade in his hand.
It feels like he would be...
Yeah, he's got a call, though.
Wow.
He is sticky.
This feels like quite the uphill battle for him to find the win in this pot.
Yeah, you're out of position.
Yeah.
You're kind of just... The big hope is, I hope I hit an ace. That's not a spade. Or I hope my opponent just shuts down.
Yeah.
And I somehow win.
And even if my opponent shuts down, I could easily lose.
I could still lose, right?
And even if I have the best hand, I could still lose because he could just continue bluffing me.
Yeah.
It's tricky.
Oh, Hasu, not afraid of a challenge, does stick around, and we'll see. Checks the turn. I assume you'd like to see attack continue attacking.
I could see the enjoyment come across your face when you realize what you were about to say.
I've been setting this up.
Yeah. Yes, I would like to see attack continue.
And is the plan to triple barrel, depending on what the card is?
I think certainly on a spade. That'd be the plan. On a non-spade, maybe having the king of spades in your hand makes that a problematic type of hand to be bluffing with. Maybe not. It really depends on how he perceives the situation.
Yeah, and this is...
yeah, I was going to say, it's not going to matter unless Hasu is even stickier than we think he is.
But that's the inherent problem with taking one off with ace-king when you don't have a spade in your hands.
Yeah. This is exactly the problem with that.
So what, you are on the pro side this time in the Bahamas, I guess? I know. What the player, huh? My God, can I buy action?
This is a great needle by Lena.
We got to know him a lot during the World Series of Poker main event run just a few months ago, and here certainly seeing the lighter side of him.
Yeah, those are nice turns for you, huh?
I think it was just so special that during the World Series of Poker main event, it's so special for a lot of online players to see an online legend do well.
Yeah.
You know, that was just so cool.
Yeah, it really was. And it wasn't just some online legend. You know, it's like
right.
literally the online like there is some debate about the best player on the planet, but there has never been a debate in the last 5 years by serious people about who's the best online that it hasn't had Lena in the running or at the top of the running. It's just so clear that he is at least top 3.
And that's what's that's what I thought was so cool about it, was the fact that for much of, you know, the recreational poker fan population out there who had no idea, and for a lot of the online players who have been, you know, watching him play and idolizing him for years, they get to be like, yeah, see, I told you he was this good. See?
Yeah. Yeah, it really felt like the cherry on top to see him win the main event. I think a lot of us were quite surprised when he took 3rd place. He had all the momentum.
Yeah, when you get down to the end there,
yeah,
it's just...
He seemed to have a really good grasp on his opponents and what they were capable of and all that. I mean, all that good stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like if that plays out, if that final table plays out, you know, in a similar manner, plays out 20 times, he's going to win it a fair amount of those.
I'd have to imagine so.
Right? Just didn't win it that time.
Yeah.
Mustafov picks up kings. He has the most chips at our feature table. Not sure if he has the most chips throughout. We do have one at the table on the other side, but on 1.6 million. It's been a good start to his day. This tournament scheduled to be 2 days, and we'll have the final table tomorrow. You can see over the shoulder there, you can see Alex Foxen standing up. You can see Stephen Chidwick right there as well.
I think Foxen's looking over at Chrissy's chair and then sort of eyeing up the table, trying to figure out who did it.
I think she's already back in because I'm looking in the top right corner. Unless we had somebody else join.
Oh.
I'm seeing 13 now, so I'm assuming she's back in unless somebody else entered, which would mean then if Foxen does re-enter, she'll whip it to 14. We'll see.
Yeah. If so, let's go, Chris. Yeah, I like jumping right back in there. She feels good about the field. She feels good about, you know, how she will do in there.
And what considerations do you have when you're playing a tournament and you get knocked out, but you're still part of the re-entry period. What are your considerations in terms of, like, am I going to re-enter or am I not? Am I going to just call it a day?
I just generally, if I'm feeling it, if I'm feeling like my play has been strong, I'm making what I think are good decisions. If the field isn't so world-class that I'm terrified to play against them, I'm getting back in there.
Are there people you're terrified to play against?
I mean, there's always a few.
I want names.
You want names?
I want to know who Jesse Sylvia is scared to play against. We got a deal or change here.
I'll write them on the back of that wine bottle.
Oh, I like it.
On the back of the label of the wine bottle.
Sounds good. You are watching the 50K No Limit Hold'em Diamond High Roller. This is day one coverage. Lena, Nicholas Ostet is our short stack at the feature table, but still 86 big blinds. But with the blinds going up once again, you can see everybody's stack, relatively speaking, going down as well. We have one casualty in this event so far, and that is four-time bracelet winner, Kristen Foxen.
Boy, it really has felt like Mustafov has just quietly crept up that chip count.
Yeah, I mean, can you even name, like, I mean, I'm sure if I really thought about it, I could name a couple of hands, but I can't really think of that many significant hands he played.
All I can think of is the Jack 10 hand, and it wasn't like that was a humongous pot or anything.
No, he didn't even get paid on the river.
Exactly.
It didn't look tzap-tzarab.
Yeah?
No tzap-tzarab, I think.
Tzap-tzarab.
Still I call.
It was good price.
All right, terrified might have been a bad word, Tuckman. I don't know if I'm terrified of anyone, but there are certain people that I feel uncomfortable in pots against.
Okay. If there is somebody you're terrified, I want to know. I'm curious.
Where is the time bank?
I mean, I'm not terrified, but that's only because I'm stupid. I should be terrified.
My thing about adjectives is you either go big or go home.
Okay, yeah.
It's like you with lying. Hisu finding a sneaky little 3-bet with the A6 offsuit. Unfortunately for him, Orpin has a bit of hand here, and it's a nice price.
Yeah, and this is something we were talking about. We haven't seen a ton of kind of 3-betting light. Now, it's a button open, it's that button small blind dynamic where I don't believe you, I know you don't believe me, and look at this. 4-bet from Orpin.
Oh, Orpin finds the 4-bet. Yeah, ace-10 offsuit, not the worst hand to be doing the light 4-betting work with.
Come on, put a 5-bet in. No. Cards go in the
that
muck.
would have been truly something.
Listen, if it was 2011 still, that was a 5-bet. That could have gone 7 bets.
Oh, yeah. 2011, you didn't even need an ace in your hand to do that. We were using the 6-4 suited back then.
I still remember the hand. I want to say it was day 3 of the World Series of Poker main event, maybe day 4, where Sean Deeb had aces.
Oh, yeah. That was A6, wasn't it?
And it was A6, which is why I brought it up.
Yeah.
A6 versus aces. They went 7 bets, I believe, all in, and 2 6s.
Yeah.
And trip 6s knocked out Sean Deeb from having an enormous stack.
That was a sick one.
How it works?
You don't follow soccer?
No, I do.
It's not a quiz, but I will give chat. I'll give you guys a shout out. First person who remembers who the player was who had the ace-6 versus Sean Deeb's aces will get a shout out and my admiration.
Which is
priceless.
Far more important than the shout out.
Priceless.
And the only 8 players, first 8 players are
8 teams
qualified.
Straight away.
Other from 9 to 16.
Do you know the answer?
Are in the playoffs.
I cannot think of the name right now. I can visualize his face really well.
In the playoffs, and the rest is out.
He's kind of a.
My favorite answer ever. I'm going to give this guy a shout out anyway because it's a great. It says the German guy.
Yeah, actually, you're right.
It is a German guy.
It is a German guy.
But
yeah.
it's a great answer.
Yeah.
They have a playoff.
You know, that one German guy.
And
There's like a whole country of those guys.
in the league phase, the
Angelov sits down
still available because
immediately,
every point is very
peels the big
important,
blind
you
with
know?
a very respectable hand, and is finding himself on the wrong side of an aces versus aces situation.
Plays
And that's not the run out he wants to see. Very few cards will save him
early
at this
stage.
point.
You see that normally.
Happens later stage
Yeah.
already, yeah.
I think it's a lot more.
For Orpin, this becomes
Like good
a real
games.
decision. Does he find the
and
triple
more,
barrel?
My English is not
It's all right, it's all right.
fun and
Oh.
Exciting.
exciting, yeah.
Angelov leads here?
But for sure, for the players are.
Wow.
Not only Champions League is more, and the World Championship is also more play.
Yeah.
By the way, that's Boris Angelov, Bulgarian poker player,
World Cup next time.
influenced by the talented Bulgarian players, including his close friend Alex Kulev.
Possible, but
There aren't
I think
a tremendous number of Bulgarian poker players, but the ones that I've encountered are fantastic at the game.
Boris is certainly in that. Post-pandemic is when he transitioned to live tournaments. Was a cash game play before that.
You follow soccer?
Yeah, I mean, if Sweden
And you know, the theme of the 2024 World Series Poker main event just continuing as he finished fifth in that event. So we have the third place finisher, the fifth place finisher, and the 13th place finisher among our 12 players in this field.
Wow. And by the way,
we're at the 14.
Yeah.
So apparently somebody, well, Boris.
90? No. 90?
Boris.
Oh, no,
Boris, and then Kristen apparently re-entered, I would imagine.
No, but Boris just sat down with like 250,000, so he came from another table, I believe.
There you go, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I should get, by the way, if we get 2 eliminations within the hour and 40, I should get a bonus.
You should get a bonus.
I won't, but I should.
Oh, Orpin finds the call here. And Angelov will have found out that he had value bet himself.
Yeah, little value.
Oh, he goes, oh.
Yeah, he value owned himself. And that's a pretty big pot. I mean, for ace-8, ace-7, for one pair.
You did what I wasn't happy. No, but after you saw his hand.
I'm still okay.
Then you should be happy.
I don't want to, like, you know.
No, I'm just.
I don't want to celebrate.
He showed you his hand.
Yeah, but I don't want to, like.
Yeah. No, but you can at least, like. Instead the pain, you know? You think you win? Yes. And then no.
Lena's funny. I like him.
Yeah, Lena can get some people out of their shells.
He's got, as I was saying, I mean, you know, usually, I mean, I think the stereotype of like the online player who doesn't say much and is quiet and not social at all is being cracked by that man right there.
If I'm not playing.
These Scandi guys, Tuckman, they come with a lot of personality.
Not you again. Not usually.
No.
No, usually they're quiet.
Nice.
I don't. Yeah.
I mean, if you've watched Patrick Antonius play,
yeah, but he is the exception to the rule.
Right, he's so darn good looking.
They don't all come with chiseled
he's
jaws.
Right, he's so good looking. He's like, why do I need to say anything?
Features either, Tuckman. You know, some of them talk and have like body fat and stuff. You know. Ooh, Angela with the queens.
Yep, and not a particularly big stack. See if he can figure out a way to get his chips in.
Yeah, I think there's only one move here. He's got about 15 blinds. Unfortunately for him, his opponents behind all have the sort of hand that may not be paying this off.
I mean, with the raise and 2 calls, there's a little bit more in the pot than there normally would be, though. So it's only 110 to call, and there's 194 in the pot.
Absolutely.
Does that make any of these hands a call? Particularly the player in the button who doesn't have to worry about anybody else.
He might flick it in there. It's an okay price. But I would not fault him for folding whatsoever. I cannot tell if...
No way.
No, he did fold.
You're just getting such a good price.
Yeah.
I mean, if there's only one raise and then there's a shove 15, but once it's a raise and 2 calls.
Yeah, the problem I would imagine the talk having is that when there's a raise in 2 calls and you shove 15 blinds, you don't expect to get folds that often. That means you have a decent hand. A lot of the decent hands are dominating king jack. We're talking about the king queens, the ace jacks, stuff like that. Now, obviously, you're flipping against some pairs. It's close. I'm not saying it isn't close. But I understand the fold.
Okay, shout out time. You guys ready? So a few of you got it, so I'll do a couple of shout outs. I'm okay with this. Kostas Vaglas. Listen, they said Hasselbank, which is not right, but I know they realized they were on the right, which is, it is Max Heinzelman.
Heinzelman, that was
yes.
it.
Cam got it. Darren Carlin got it. Isaac got it. Isaac got it twice. Miles Glover got it. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. Yes, it was Max Heinzelman, who the infamous Ace-6 versus Sean Deeb's Aces. Back in the, to me, one of the golden ages of poker, when everybody 7-bet bluffed.
Yeah. Those were some great times. I almost had a similar... Well, I guess we both sucked out, but I nearly had a similar fate in the main event where I think I 6-bet all in with ace-3 suited.
Did you?
Yeah.
Was that during your main event run?
Yeah. I got called by kings. I flopped an ace. I'm serious.
2012. Oh, you got called by kings and then flopped an ace?
Yeah.
Was that for your tournament life?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Day 5.
Isn't that crazy? How it's like, how the storybook could be written in such a different way. I mean,
I could have easily cashed for 60,000
and
US dollars.
Right? And you're just a poker player that's still crushing, but, you know, we never had that run.
Yeah.
I mean, are we even friends then?
I mean, would you have been friends with me?
I would be friends
if I was
with
the
you
guy
still,
who shoved the ace-3 suited.
No, but keep in mind, though, I met you at the World Series of Poker Europe when you had made the November 9.
Yeah, I definitely would not have gone to World
Like, you wouldn't
Series
have
Europe
gone.
that year. Yeah,
that's
you're
that
right.
point.
Yeah.
That's when we met. I met you. I met Russell Thomas.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think it's just crazy when you think about it.
I've got an even crazier question for you in a second, but before that, Angelov has queens again, and he's been 3-bet. It looks like Mustafov is just 3-betting to put him all in.
Yeah.
I mean, he's not folding pocket 7s at this point.
No, he's not going to fold, and the chips are going to go in. It's 7s versus queens, and a dream scenario for Boris. So,
you know, I'm not going to lie to you. I'd kind of written off Angelov after he lost that pot. He was down to 100,000 chips, but he's about to have 408,000 unless something disastrous.
You do not want to write
Yeah.
off the Bulgarian beast.
You make some good points.
So mean to him now.
This is Bulgaria on Bulgaria violence, by the way. I didn't recognize that at first, but this should be illegal.
It's not a big country.
Yeah, I mean, their mothers know each other. You know, they play mahjong together on Tuesdays.
Tuesdays?
And her son is just putting her other son in the tank with 20%. That's not very nice.
Clean run out. Boris doubles up to 408,000. Mustafov down to 1.4 million, shaking his head. Have you been to Bulgaria?
No.
No.
I don't play mahjong, so.
There you go.
Do they play mahjong in Bulgaria? I feel like that's not even close to right.
Oh, the master troll.
Torpen. I was like really hoping for a 7. Just to look at his face.
I mean, you would never know. This has got such a home game feel to it. You would never know that this is a $50,000 diamond high roller playing for a World Series of Poker bracelet. Players are laughing. They're having fun. You got to love it.
Yeah.
Why not using one-time bank?
He used one-time bank.
No.
With the quick. No, of course. Almost not a time bank.
If I use the time bank...
You know, we were talking about it earlier, but I do feel like
If you use time bank, you fold.
these super high rollers often bring in a number of intelligent people, whether they, you know, performed well in a business or some entrepreneurial activity, or they spun up their bankroll playing poker. It's some people who are at the top of their whatever field they were in. And generally those types of people are pretty happy. And I think that like kind of feeds into the whole idea that everyone's having a good time at the table.
Yeah. I'd probably argue that it's a chicken before the egg thing. I would argue that their happiness has probably fueled their success more than the success has fueled their happiness.
Oh, yeah, I didn't mean to imply that their happiness comes from the success, just that those people seem to be correlated with being happy. That's my take on it. I could be wrong. But no, I totally agree with you. I don't think that it was caused by their success.
My take could be wrong, too. It's just the way I've always looked at things.
Yeah, yeah. It's hard to be successful if you're not a happy person.
Yeah, that's... I mean, I think you could probably argue that, are you successful?
What else are you going to do?
Yeah,
are you successful if you're not happy?
That's a great point.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean,
we're starting to tread on some real philosophical ground.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying, I mean, how do we measure success?
I think it's winning a multi-way pot with 10-9 of diamonds.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, that's my measure of success. It looks like Angelov is in good shape. Oh, nope, sorry. He lost. He will not be winning this spot.
Yeah, but worse than that, he's actually made a straight, so he might actually pay off.
Yeah. It's possible.
And for him, it's actually a pretty significant pot. It represents, right now, 15% of his stack.
There's no room service.
Nothing. They don't want you there.
Go downstairs.
Go downstairs. Maybe you find a table game on the way to the buffet.
Hisu has certainly found a size that could be attractive to Angelov.
I mean, attack has not folded yet. Eights.
This would be something if he found a call. Yeah, that's optimistic to say the least.
Well, your opponent could theoretically be bluffing with worse, right? And that's why.
Yeah. You don't want to call with a hand that can't beat all the bluffs. That's rule number 1 in poker. If you're going to bluff catch, be able to beat all the bluffs.
What a good fold by Boris. But we've all done it. How many times, come on, how many times have you called with ace high, knowing your opponent was bluffing, your opponent said good call, and then turned over deuces?
I mean, it doesn't matter how many times it happens. I'm furious every
beyond
single
tilted
time.
that, yeah. You've made the right read.
It always goes down like this. Good call. You're like, all right. You're like, good call, because they don't want to flip their hand over. All right. They're like, one pair. You're like, come on, bro. Come on. One pair.
What's on the main Sunday you want?
Pairs are hard to make.
Nice.
Yeah, nobody likes bad beat stories, but I have had moments where I've bluffed and gotten value from ace high. And that feels, as bad as it feels into the side is as good as it feels then.
Yeah. Oh, that feels great.
Yeah.
I once jammed ace jack high for $4,000 in a cash game on the river, got called, and my opponent mucked.
Oh.
That was one of the better feelings of my poker career.
That's amazing.
It was like I found a $10,000 pot or whatever it was, $12,000
yeah, exactly.
pot.
You were going through your jeans and you're like, what's this? Oh, wow, this is cool. Mustafov raising, attack at a call out of the big blind. Certainly understandable.
Attack also could find the occasional sneaky 3-bet with the 7-6 suited out of the big blind, but he has struck me as not that type of player so far. He likes to just realize his equity quite often. It seems like his decision-making with these types of hands is usually between call or fold.
Yeah, I was actually going to ask you, so people tend to be somewhat polarized when they're 3-bet out of the big blind in a heads-up spot. And if you wanted to depolarize that 3-betting range, that feels like kind of a nice hand to do it with, in the sense that there's still value there, right?
Yeah.
Especially when you're that deep.
Especially when you're that deep. You know that you're going to play a pot more often than you would if you were shallower. And you want that playability post-flop. You can turn all sorts of draws, flop all sorts of draws, turn all sorts of draws, and continue your semi-bluff.
And then the cool thing is, like, when your opponent does call you, you probably have live cards, which is nice.
Mm-hmm.
Got a raise here from Mustafov. Orpin calls with ducks. Hisu does not like folding. And it looks like
there.
He's going to call.
My man, Hasu.
He wants to play poker, okay? He did not go all the way to Razvadov to fold.
He should have been born during the gold rush. He likes to speculate.
So it looks like we're going to see this flop 3 ways. And that's why. Okay, the guy's a genius.
Oh, man.
Hasu has flopped bottom pair with the flush draw and is now 86% to win the hand.
Let's put it this way. These sort of flops aren't going to cause Hasu to peel the Jack 3 suited any less in the future. Orban thinking he has the best hand. Why not?
Yeah, I mean, it's not a bad flop for deuces.
Normally, it's a great flop. You expect the button overcaller to either have some sort of pocket pair that has you beat, like pocket fours, or just a tremendous number of overcards that you're beating. You don't see the Jack 3 of spades coming too often.
Yeah, and maybe your opponent's got a 6-7, a 7-8 type hand.
Sure.
But
sure.
$88.
Whoa. Wow, okay. This is getting fun. So a bet, a call, and Mustavov, who's got nothing going on except the overs, just doesn't believe his opponents, does get the deuces to fold.
I think he just looked at the situation, said small bet, pretty quick call. I don't really think either of you have too much. I'm going to take a shot at it, which generally I'd say fair enough. Unfortunately for him, this is arguably the worst hand matchup to be up against. He's got 2 outs.
Yeah, it's not good for him. And if a jack were to come on the turn, it could be particularly bad for Mustavov.
Feelers, we call them.
Well, he's actually picked up a little bit more equity. He went from just 2 outs to all the outs you see on the top of your screen.
Yeah, that wasn't the worst turn card. Unfortunately for Mustavov, the 4 really hits Hasu a lot, I would imagine. You expect Hasu to have things like 5-6 suited, 7-6 suited when he just calls the initial bet and then calls the raise as well. So this looks like a terrible card for you.
Hasu also in position. Checks it back. Pair of 3s, by the way, still the best hand. Neither player get there or get anywhere. And Hasu with the check mark, more than 250,000 chips in the pot. One player's got ace high, the other one's got a pair of 3s.
This is quite the pot, Tuckman. Now Mustafov's hand is kind of interesting. He has an ace, so he blocks some ace-4 type of shenanigans. Maybe like some ace deuces that didn't find the bet on the turn.
Check, check.
Maybe Mustavov could have found a bluff on the river. I don't know.
I don't.
He won't be thrilled to see what his opponent has, that's for sure.
I just don't. What's he getting to fold?
On the river?
Yeah.
Jack 3 of spades. I mean, it's thin. It's certainly thin.
He's got a jack. You know what? It's a good point.
If you bet big enough, you put a hand like 8-7 in a really bad situation. Yeah. Something like ace-5 if it got super stubborn on the flop. You really cage those type of hands.
Teaser bet.
But yeah, it's a scary board to be bluffing into. Unless you feel quite confident that your opponent never checks back the turn with a straight.
You never know, actually.
In which case, then maybe they have a number of weaker hands and not the strongest
Maybe you
ones.
need to power jam, yeah.
Yeah, see, they were talking about the power jam there. So maybe if you just jam for like, 1.2 million, three or 4 times the pot, maybe you win the pot.
One of those.
I thought we were playing 6.
This doesn't really make sense. I don't even know what I'm repping, but I don't care. You can't call it.
Yeah. Or just, if if I have a boat, I'll do this sometimes, and then I'll also do this with some bluffs and call it a day. Or you hope that you have that kind of balance in your arsenal. I don't know if you actually do or not. We don't see that situation too often.
But as long as people think you're balanced in that spot, that's all that matters.
That is all that matters.
He's ripping potato.
Perception is key in this game.
Lena having a great time and getting up. I believe players are going to be going on a break at the end of this hand. It is a dinner break of sorts. So it'll be somewhat short though. It is all inclusive.
No bluff. No.
They're having a great time. They're going to have some food at the King's Resort and Casino and then come back. More action from Razvadov when we return.
Okay.
No, okay.
Now we all want to know.
We won't even. I think it's a Czech. What he means is an old Czech nickname.
I won't even understand.
It was German.
I won't understand.
It was German. Something about proud, yeah? Yeah, proud Jana. You started it. Jana means lady. My name is Jan, and you said Jana. Jan and Jana. It's a woman's name. You know, his name is Jana. And they say Stolze
Getting a
Jana.
history lesson today, lads.
Proud Jana.
Leon with the aces in the hijack going for a full 3x raise with a little bit of cheese on top. 95k to go.
You're welcome. I'm still proud. You're always welcome. You always. Now I call you. Son of whatever you can call me. Tell you, you shouldn't have said it. No, you son of Ina and Victor. My father was Victor and mother Ina. So son of two of them. Two guns. Son of two guns. How much is that? 95, right?
Son of two guns. He does have two pocket rockets here. It's going to be three-way action to the flop. Pricey and spicy pot here, three ways. 330k already in the middle.
Massive cooler, what happened?
Jack 10-7 is the flop. Leon with the overpair. Yaxman with top pair. Decent kicker. Let's see what happens here. It's a draw heavy board. Yaxman will call 175. Some equity here for Orpin, but he's got no hearts in his hand. Yeah, does make
Oh my God.
disciplined
What do
laydown.
you have behind it? Not much, eh?
Standard enough, I suppose, against two
250.
players.
3 doesn't make any change to you, right?
3 of diamonds on the turn.
You call it, you got it.
Leon with a bit of speech play with his aces before moving all in.
And remember, this is not Omaha, this is Hold'em.
Really?
We do see the Queen, Jack
How
of Spades
boring.
stacking off.
Well, I got just aces. What I got? Can't fold.
This is a
Jack,
huge
you
pot
can't
for
fold
Leon
Jack.
if he can hold.
Jack King, Jack Ace.
And he's got 89%
best hand, by the way,
equity to
for
do so.
You have the best hand.
Good game.
Huge
Sorry,
pot
Leon.
for Leon. We lose a superstar. Leon going to have about 50 big blinds now.
I don't use the telephone. I don't have email. I don't use anything. I like art.
315.
But it's
I
40K.
live like in the 19th
Yeah, you owe
century.
20.
Yeah, I mean, I think if it's working, it's good. It steals so much time from your day.
If I need to call someone, I tell my wife, call him. You call him. Once I don't have a business. Once I was in a business, I was supposed to be on the phone all the time.
Again, that would be very nice.
So it is small against big, small shoving, sub 10 bigs into his wife, who calls with ace 3 off suit.
Chip dumping.
Honey, honey, he had 8-9 off suit, honey.
He has the 8-9.
One way or the other.
Call me with ace 3.
3, so it's okay. Another 3.
Piece of it for both players, but Foxen not looking too hot. Alex, that is, or sorry, Kristen, that is.
3. This is
Third is the 5 of spades.
too big.
Kristen needing an ace or a 3 here on the river, but it is a king of clubs. Kristen has been eliminated.
You're a bad boy.
He is a bad man.
Help it.
The rich get richer.
So you just came to bust.
Bad boy.
Twice in the same tournament.
I busted twice to him.
In this tournament?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Both times.
You have a little from him percentage. Did you?
Yeah.
So-
Maybe a little bit.
little bit.
Good game, baby.
So he went from right pocket to the left pocket.
GG, baby.
Now you kind of a challenge now.
I have to win now. I have no.
Well, no, it's a challenge to beat you. You know. You
Are we staying here or moving? Staying?
One thing is true. You can double me up. I cannot.
It's true.
Yeah.
Whose advantage is that?
I have no idea. But it's the truth. You know. It's the truth.
Oh, wow.
Sorry.
What a flop this is.
Wow. 120.
Fox and flop and 2 pair. Leon with top pair, no flush draw.
Where are the phones? Do you know?
The phones are in the.
5 seconds.
All in.
What? Wow.
Campbell.
Fair fight.
You can double
Gamble,
me up,
gamble.
I cannot.
Jeez.
Fair fight, you know.
Very fair.
Yeah.
This is incredible. Look how much chips are in there. 100 big blinds in this pot.
Set.
Turn is the ace of spades.
Makes it harder, but
How much harder?
can chop.
Almost impossible. Yeah, that's
14% equity for Leon as we hit the river.
Oh
River is
my
the five.
God.
Oh, wow.
unbelievable. I survived to the full house. Can you imagine? And what I said is truth, right?
Yeah.
I could double.
What a run up,
Look
bro.
at the flop.
And obviously that's gone back quite a few
TV
years.
discount.
But you know,
Sweden, they
had
raised.
passion at that point for poker, but was very, very bad compared to now, which is completely normal. But for sure, through TV programs and just TV coverage, man, would have, you know, came across him before. But there's many, many clips from this man in that time frame of full tilt poker, high stakes games, heads up battles and stuff like that. Sicko.
Surzat is a sicko as well. So the new players at the table, Tax Sally, 278,000 euro in total live earnings.
When it's 900,
I don't know
it's
how
so
much
hard for me to
Isildur has
play.
won. His tournament live earnings wouldn't tell the full story, to put it
Definitely
mildly.
in that example. Yeah.
And Surzat with 3.3 million in live earnings, and Samuel with over 3 million. So most players at this table have won multiple millions at the great game of No Limit Hold'em. Tom Bedell as well, 3.5 million. I believe that's all the new players at this FT. It is funny that I asked, was he before your time, and you're only 31 years old,
Yeah, yeah.
and I'm 34, and that is mad the way that extra few years makes such a big difference.
A lot can happen in a year, bro, to be fair.
A lot can happen if you're Isildur in a year.
Defo.
This guy's an absolute superstar.
What the?
Bom dia, indeed.
I believe so. Yeah.
Hello to everyone tuning in on the chat.
Thank you.
What a Tuesday evening we have in store. Two pair here for Foxen. Has been running very good, it has to be said, although if he was running pure, he wouldn't have lost that hand against the ace-7 of Leon.
True.
He also could have lost that pot. I'm all for them chopping it up. At least we have Leon at the FT with a really decent stack. So I'm going to call.
Questo posto è buono, sai, vedi tutto, a te non ti vede nessuno, a mezzo tavolo non ti vede. Qua sono
He looks
peggior posto è
very focused indeed. We haven't
Yes,
seen him
sir.
for quite some time.
e tu per guardare da
Now,
da là,
I just mean
guardare da là,
at Kings or on the live circuit, maybe
qua lui non ti vede.
he's parted the furniture somewhere else.
Che fai, ti nascondi? Ti nascondi. Questo qua è pericoloso. Certo.
That looks like a very large bet.
Poi un grande giocatore.
Very polarizing.
Blom's not going to be able to fold just yet.
Con questo si può
Big this
giocare.
pot then.
Ogni tanto gioca.
Massive pot, 1.8 million as we hit the river.
Questo qua.
I guess he's making it this big on the turn here, Alan, so he can shove on the river
Yeah.
on pretty much
Primarily.
any blank anyway. And there you go. That's a blank if I ever did see one. 5 of spades. Rolling off. Not a club, not a straight card. Unless you had 4-7 somehow.
Yeah.
Or the 2-4, of course. I just don't think they're in his range. So clear cut jam now for Foxen, I would imagine. Sizing up on the turn to be able to shove this river for
stack the pot ratio of 1-to-1.
$1.285.
Well, it doesn't go for the lot, but still a massive bet nonetheless. 1.285 million has been declared.
Just a bluff catcher here for Victor, isn't it? Unfortunately, and again, blocking Jack 10, Ace 10 if it went for it, 9-10 if it went for it. Probably not the best blocker here with some of the potential bluffs that Foxen could have here. It was multi-way on the flop as well, which is something to take into account here. He does get out of the way. I'm happy enough with that.
We would want our opponent to have a 10 in their hand for some additional straight draws that could be continuing to fire.
It's fair game for poker, you know, 3 options. Sometimes just 3 options. Some games you can do like more option, raise, re-raise, something.
Blom
Fourth option.
with 2 black ladies under the gun here, min raising.
Like a Sweden here, called country. Victor, don't look at me. Come on. Too strong, too strong.
Oh dear, we've got action.
Oh dear.
Piccieri. 2 black bad boys in the cutoff. The Pocket Rockets. Small 3-bet incoming. 265.
Uh-oh. Bleib sitzen. Warum spielst du so viel Hände? Warum spielst du so viel Hände?
So viele.
So viele Hände. Mit deinem Steak so viele Hände, bleib sitzen.
Solo juego con
Freut
ases.
mich, wenn gerecht du eine
Does go all in. Does get called. Blom gets the bad news. Piccieri up out of his seat when it should be Isildur the one standing up. There's 21% equity to remain in this tournament with 8 remaining at the moment. 2 away from the money. Piccieri, a 4-to-1 favorite to eliminate the beast that is Isildur.
Sei nervoso?
Un po', sì.
No, ma
Voglio vincere.
hai vinto.
Speriamo.
Hai vinto e basta. Non c'è da
10-10-5
parlare.
is
Hai
the
vinto
flop.
e basta. Dico, non c'è da parlare, hai vinto e basta. Ma che sei nervoso? Con 2 assi. Quello nervoso con 2 assi. Niente da essere
Turn is a
nervoso.
6.
Non c'è.
Red lady of the night needed on this river,
Relax.
or we will have another elimination.
Jetzt ist Bubble Boy. Was machst du Aktion?
River is a king. Close but no cigar in between the queen and the ace.
Ho detto niente da essere nervoso. If you have aces, call me.
If you have aces, call me.
If you have aces, call me.
Then we split.
Ollie. How much is it?
A lot.
I know.
Like 2-3 million.
Can you count it for me?
Yeah, count it for him.
Can you count it?
Maybe I'm not the bubble boy.
What the hell?
Of course not. Of course not.
Leon just going to straight up slam a
Of
jam.
course not. You have to
Nearly
sit on
50
your
big
stack
blinds.
until the third
Over
or second or
45
fourth
bigs
place.
here with Queen
You
10
cannot win
suited
this tournament, but you can.
into Foxen.
This guy, the only
Foxen
one
has an
who will
absolute
double me, it doesn't
powerhouse
matter
of
how.
a hand here
Interesting.
with Ace Queen of Diamonds.
I
But
told him
I
in
don't
the
know if he
beginning,
wants to
double
call
me
this
up.
amount of chips.
It's now or never.
It's no one ever. Da, 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 da.
No, come hold me tight. Kiss me, my darling. Be my tonight. That's the song, yeah?
2,200,000.
2-2.
2,700,000.
Alan, what do you make of this?
Something like that.
Surely
A little bit more.
you got a call here against
Okay.
Leon the majority of the time, but when you've got a stranglehold on your opposition like this as such a tough FT, do you want to run the risk of calling here and be up against
That's it.
two
It's
live
double
cards?
fold.
Crazy.
Crazy
That is a crazy fold, but
Anyway,
mathematically, it's going to be correct.
Okay, or you
Yeah.
wanted-
Sure.
Yeah. All right.
You were in bad shape.
Well, it doesn't
You
really
show
matter.
us.
It
No,
was
it
a
doesn't.
move. Did I make the move?
Close, yeah.
Alex, I ordered the whiskey. I didn't order it at the bar. I ordered at this table. I said, it's double or I'm living.
Yeah.
Or nothing, right?
I wish I had known.
Does seem like
To be the first, it's not money, you know. Money doesn't make me happy at all. It's just like you get so close, you get heads up, and then, and not like with you, like you're a huge chip leader. Okay, I understand, I accept it. But we were kind of even,
Wow.
and then I lost. You know, it was incredible. I took a little bit of money for second place, but it doesn't replace even a jet. 14.5 hours of jet, you know, is
uh-oh. Attack on the button here with the aces. Zhu with the ace-king. Foxen, the original opener with pocket fives in the hijack. We've got action. This is
I'm
a
so
very
happy not to be in
big,
this
cooler
hand.
situation here for Zhu.
Ui. Cazzo, questo è bruttissimo, mano. Tutti dentro, sai? Vedi quello lì, quello là, incredibile. Pass.
So Zhu all in, Foxen out of the way. The trap was set to precision, although nothing Zhu can do, of course. All attack has to do is click call. And we might have this bubble be burst unless Zhu gets lucky with his ace-king offsuit against the aces.
Se ce l'hai qualche cosa, con paura lo metti due jack. Con cosa lo metti?
Con Jack pure non è facile. Jack
E che fai?
insomma,
Che fai?
fold. In qua quasi. Ora no.
Jack 3 deuce is the flop. It's not looking good. Turn is a deuce.
Good game, man.
And that is all she wrote. Zhu has been eliminated in
Thank you.
7th place.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
That means all 6 remaining
Thank you for
players
the money.
guaranteed at least
You in the money.
€65,000.
You in the money.
Yeah.
Già siamo in soldi. Minchia.
Sei left comunque.
Chi è?
No, don't. No raise.
Okay. It's not me, it's him you need to convince, not me. I have nothing. I have small chips, he has big chips. Big chips, small chips.
Cardboard box. Leon is going to
remember
limp
the
in the
rule.
cutoff.
I do.
10-9 offsuit. Foxen's going to raise it up from the small blind with ace-jack offsuit.
You're a big guy. You don't look like a C. I call you.
I guess we'll find out. You said call, right?
Yeah. You're a big guy, but you don't look like a C.
What does a C look like?
Oh, you can see here and there, time to time, you know. Here and
He's
there,
going to call
time to
flop
time, you
best
can
here on
see.
9-6-3.
Signore, monsieur. All in. Everything. Everything.
Box bets 255.
I already dive. You know, once you dive in, you don't need to think about what happened. Is the water there or?
It's too late at that point.
Too late. Too late. I don't have a big hand. I'll show you my hand.
You were ahead. What was it?
Be happy that I didn't re-raise you pre-flop, you know?
9-6.
Pre-flop.
Yeah.
I could re-raise pre-flop, you know?
Of course.
Can't be giving away his game, but yeah,
I
some of this
remember
table
when I
talk
used to
reminds me of some
straddle
Irish
on
players
those
for
tournaments.
sure.
Yeah,
And of course,
I getcha.
Tony G, Cabral.
I just called this time. Dangerous. Dangerous. Pericoloso.
Pericolo. In Harry Potter, yeah, periculum is incantesimo, un incantesimo. Periculum.
Io sono pericoloso. Serve la carta, però.
No pair, no draw, says long office day. Looks like I've missed a fun day. You're just in time, really. Bubble has just been burst. A lot of fun table talk. Come on in, the water's lovely. There's a few shacks in the water, mate, but a lot of splashy pots taking place nonetheless. Mainly because of one man and one man only. Leon.
Fall. You look like you can double me up because you have this stake, I have this stake.
If you do it opposite way, it will be better.
Yes, this way.
Opposite.
I'm just asking. I don't know opposite, positive. I'm just asking. Can you double me up? Yes or no? I go 650, 650, 650. You know, 650, 50 and 6 behind. You see, 3 and 3 makes it 60. 650.
This is brilliant.
This is a huge bet. And
650.
Isu wants to stack off with just a flush draw.
Everything. Alice. Everything. What do you have?
6-7.
Sirzat just wants to stack off here.
I have nothing. He has everything. Okay, give me a 5 of hearts.
60-40 for
5 of
Leon.
hearts. I need a 5 of hearts.
Pretty big stack off here, Al.
5 of hearts, please. 5 of hearts.
1.9 million in this pot.
5 di cor mi serve. 5 di cor per farlo male, sai? Perché questo va al colore. Con niente se n'è andato dentro. Io ho 2 coppie. Che devo fare io? Una. No, 5 of hearts.
Turn is an 8. An amazing card for Hisu.
9 of hearts.
No, 5 di cor. No.
Hisu with 14 outs as we hit the river.
5.
Oh wow, it is the 5 of hearts. Gives Leon the full house.
Mamma mia, 5 di corri. Mamma mia, hai visto? L'ho chiamato
Oh
io.
wow.
Bravo, man.
I called it. I
Absolute
said 5
scenes.
of hearts, 5 di corri. I said 5 of hearts, please, for me. And it came. Okay. You see that?
Leon has eliminated a very tough opponent in Sirzat Hisu. We are now playing 5-handed.
Mamma mia. E mi è arrivato, scusa, oh, straniero.
He's going about it very subtly as well, isn't he? There's no, like, I don't know, forced aggression or anything like that. Just very, you know, incognito sort of situation, no?
And now, I
Yeah.
want the bracelet. That's it.
It's a skill in itself
Relax.
to use this psychology to your advantage.
Relax.
I'm all in.
Wow.
All in.
Wow.
Everything. I'm relaxed. Now I'm relaxed. All in. Everything. All in. He said
Can't fold
relax,
this,
I
bro.
say all
This
in.
is crazy. If you can say,
It's
we
not
saw
that
Ace
bad.
Queen folded previously.
Hold
I
me
severely doubt it's going to be folded in this exact situation again.
Well, they're in the money now, and we're 5-handed, and there's been several more whiskies dropped over to the
Yeah.
table since. Lots of apple juice.
You have another 1 time left.
So-
left. Nothing left. Pa, 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 pa,
What did
pa,
they say about ICM and it being a load of BS for the rich, ICM for the poor only.
Yeah.
How bad do you want it? This, for my money, is just going to be too good of a hand against Leon in this exact scenario to fold. Put it into a calculator all you want.
La differenza, guarda. E vai allora.
Does call.
Apre la porta. Bravo, sei bravo. Perché non potevi dare? Io c'ho poco c'ho. Bello, sono contento per te.
There was two shorter stacks. I wouldn't be surprised if you put that into a calculator and it said the ace queen suited was a fold.
Dopo sarò attento, perché questo qua non
But that's
potrà
against
fare il quarto posto.
a certain range. You don't know what Leon is capable of.
Ma cosa hai pensato?
On this occasion, Piccieri is dominating.
Nothing or queen high is good sometimes.
5, 6,
8, 7, 4.
6, 5. 6 and 5. 6 and 5.
I wouldn't be feeling too confident here against Leon.
Yeah.
Gotta be now. Just has to avoid a king of kings. The kings of Leon. It is the Tree of Hearts.
The Kings of Leon.
Doppia, si chiama questo. Doppia.
Hello and welcome back to Rosvadov. We're here at King's Resort. Hello and welcome back. Welcome back to Rosvadov. We are here at King's Resort and Casino for the 2024 World Series of Poker Europe. We've got a new featured table for you. Players back from their very short dinner break. And just some admin to let you know about as we look at the chip counts. Players have 6 more levels to play tonight. Take a look at our featured table chip counts. And while not much went Kristen Foxen's way, you can see that she is back in. But her husband, Alex Foxen, bracelet winner, has double his starting stack, over $2 million. I'm David Tuckman. Jesse Sylvia alongside me in the booth. And this is a fun table, to say the least. Stephen Chidwick, Daniel DeVoris, Kristen Foxen, Victor Blom, Tom Bedell.
This is a table of sickos.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
Victor.
Yep, this is day 1 action of the 50K No Limit Hold'em Diamond High Roller here at King's Resort and Casino. Event 12 of the 2024 World Series of Poker Europe. Players will post 6 more levels today. We're going to stream for 2 more levels, or an hour and 20 minutes. We'll be back tomorrow for day 2 coverage, which will include crowning a champion and awarding a World Series of Poker bracelet to somebody. Registration still open till the beginning of day 2.
Looks like Team Foxen is about even on chips since the start of the day. Chrissy had to rebuy, but Alex has doubled his chip stack.
Does it work like that?
I don't know if that's exactly how it works.
I mean, they paid for 3 million chips collectively, and they have 3 million chips. Okay. Listen, that is definitely an optimistic look at it. I like it.
I'm trying to find some silver linings here, Tuckman, you know?
I think it's good. I'm a fan for it. You can see the bracelet in the bottom right corner of the screen. That's what they're playing for. The World Series of Poker bracelet. So prestigious. All of this presented by GG Poker.
Oh, yeah, I had day 2 and all 3 W Cook mains. And I managed to cash the 109 of that and break the 10 into 1. So yeah, it was absolutely worth it to miss the 25K.
Yeah. I think I played with your brother on GG.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, he's real named.
Do you play on GG?
Yeah, but
You're not real name?
That's so funny, yeah. Like, I'm not real name, but my smaller brother is.
That's so funny.
It's
Their system is so arbitrary.
It's absolutely random. I play more, I play higher.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm losing more. That's why. They still have the whale tag on me. Like,
yeah, they don't want to.
Definitely not a pro.
That's funny.
Yeah, like Thomas Boyven is still.
Really?
It's still
There's like a handful of people
Karma
that
is
just
a
play
cat.
constantly. Yeah, Karma's a cat.
Karma's what?
He's a cat.
It's a cat.
What a murderer's row at this table. Kristen Foxen in seat 2. Alex Foxen on her left. Stephen Shidwick on his left. And then look at the other side of the table. You see Victor Blom.
Like how they make those.
You know, spin the wheel when you walk into the casino. That's the system.
I would not want to be the bucket-hatted man sitting between this row of characters.
You know what, bucket-headed man. He looks solid. Wow. You mentioned the stash. You said prepare for it, be ready for it. You know what? I don't think everything you said, you didn't do it justice.
I'm so happy that this is your reaction because this is exactly how I reacted.
That's the most amazing. That is the most beautiful thing I've ever seen in my life. How about Daniel DeVoris over there?
How could I pass? See, it's so easy.
Future generations will celebrate this mustache.
They should. They absolutely should.
They'll have holidays around this mustache.
So you're planning to stay in Europe after this?
Also,
No, I think we're going to go home.
I kind of have a level of appreciation for that being the only hair on his head. It's like it all moved to form this glorious mustache.
You brought Ryder or are you staying home?
He's yes, in our hearts at the moment. Yeah, sadly. That's why we can travel.
This is Tom Bedell, who I'm really curious about this particular player. I mean, you're looking at this table filled with just absolute beasts in the game, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know much about Tom, so I'm intrigued to know. Rosé. Just limping in. Foxton says, okay, well, we can see a flop. Neither player hit much, if anything.
Certainly a hand that could go either way for Chrissy at the stack depth. One that wouldn't mind some isolation, but also one that checks and plays very well post-flop.
Foxton hits her 9 on the turn.
And she might be rewarded for just checking back pre-flop and on the flop, as this becomes a nice situation for your opponent to try to take a stab at it.
Rosé, too smart for that, is not going to take a shot at it. Both these players just slightly below starting stack.
15?
15.
15.
I'll fall into 13.
Yeah, we might go to Triton and maybe do something before or
Monaco?
after. Yeah, I think.
Yeah. What?
Oh, you're not allowed to watch.
But the fitness tracker. I know I don't look like it, but it's a fitness tracker. Should I take it off?
Oh, right, yeah.
No, it has like my pulse and stuff. The same thing Chiplead's probably wearing on his arm still, right? Andy.
So for the integrity of the game, we do make sure players do not have any electronic items on them.
Oh, it's interfering with the card reader. Okay.
Yeah, I can appreciate that general
That's so crazy. I didn't know
idea, although it sounds like
that. Oh, wow.
they couldn't read his cards because of it.
Sure, no problem.
I didn't know that.
That's wild.
Are you going Cyprus?
Yeah, I'm going like
Technology is such a mystery to me, Tuckman.
I was kind of considering it. I don't know.
Yeah, you don't. You're in technology fight all the time. You guys don't get along.
Okay.
Well,
WSOP with like 20K, 50K.
it remains a little bit outside of my grasp. Let's put it that way.
No, I've been like for the party poker.
It's
Back then in Rio de Janeiro.
Chidwick coming in.
Sao Paulo. No, I've been in Sao Paulo.
Poker
So.
there is great. It's fun too.
Yeah, I remember.
I think I like the mustache even more than Chidwick's little profile picture down there.
Can I see? Okay, thank you.
Sort of leaning in with it.
Foxton's going to get a count. She does have Chidwick covered, but both these players are quite deep, although stack's now relevant, where it almost feels like they weren't relevant 3 or 4 hours ago.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, you're talking about, 85 big blinds effective.
You know, when you're 500 blinds deep, you're like, I'll figure out if you have 500 or 550 if I get to the turn and I want to raise. I'm not going to worry about it pre-flop. We're not there yet.
Why just call here for Foxen out of the small blinds?
I think sometimes she calls, probably most of the time she's re-raising, but she's decided that at this stack depth, it's not like this offsuited hand plays extremely well at a position. It plays fine because it's ace-king, but also it plays well if you occasionally have it as a trap. And if your opponent never thinks you have ace-king and the board comes, let's say, ace-king in another card, they're going to assume that you don't have certain two pairs that you can have.
Right, like in a situation like this, Chidwick can sit there and think, well, I have all the ace-kings. I'm the one with aces. I'm the one with kings. You never have that strong a hand here.
Chidwick has a beautiful hand to run some bluffs with. He has the jack of hearts. He has kind of blockers to her best aces, like ace-jack, ace-queen, or what he thinks are her best aces. And if a heart comes, he has a great hand to start firing double or triple barrels off.
When Foxen calls out of the small blind, what kind of hand does Chidwick put her on?
Probably a bunch of suited aces. Hands as strong as maybe like ace-queen offsuit, ace-jack offsuit. And then a bunch of pocket pairs, some suited type of hands as well. All of those middling hands generally that you expect to see that aren't good enough to 3-bet.
Foxen has checked again. She check called the 40,000 chip bet. Chidwick looks like he's going to continue firing.
Yeah, so Stevie may be thinking about the fact that it's possible that Chrissy never has ace-king here. She could certainly have some ace-8, but it's always going to be ace-8 suited, so there's only a couple possible combos of that. And then when he has a queen in his hand, it's less likely that she has ace-queen, right? So this becomes kind of a nice blocker if he's going to start bluffing with hands that have a pair in them.
And
this is a good one to use.
Right, is he targeting the weaker aces, the king X's type hands?
Yes. Yeah, something like ace-4 is exactly what he's trying to eliminate.
Well, this will be interesting. Does he fire one more time? 386,000. Foxen has played this hand to absolute perfection.
Yeah, this is really showcasing how powerful it can be to peel pre-flop with this hand sometimes.
I love that I asked you the question, and then you see this hand
you
play
got
out.
the dealer was like, you want to see why?
This is
Here's why.
It looks like Chidwick is going to go for it.
If he's bluffing, he's going large.
Yeah, well, not as large as I would have thought.
Yeah, I would have thought maybe a little larger as well. Still a healthy size bet. 2/3 of the pot.
But clearly bluffing.
And for Chrissy, this just becomes, do I want to shove, or do I think that that will...
If she shoves, can she get called by worse?
I would imagine. I mean, if she shoves, she definitely thinks she's getting called by worse. I would imagine that ace-queen has trouble folding to a shove. Maybe something like ace-jack or ace-10 occasionally call as they're blocking what they perceive to be the type of nutted hands that she could have. Also, this hand is probably a better one to shove than something like pocket eights. Just because when you have an ace and a king, your opponent has top set or middle set less often. Those two hands are similar hand strengths otherwise. Yeah, she does just call. She's decided that there just aren't enough hands that will call you that you beat compared to the hands that will call and have you beat. There are a lot of jack tens out there.
This is one of the biggest pots we have seen today for sure. 866,000 chips. And Foxen, who has been caught bluffing a couple of times today, induces that one and wins a nice pot. Kristen Foxen finishing 13th in the main event. The man on her left was on her side, cheering her on for pretty much all of that once he was eliminated. He's not a bad poker player in his own right. Total earnings for Alex Foxen, $33 million. That is 21st all time. He won the 250K Super High Roller in 2022 for his only bracelet.
Wow. And he looks down at pocket temps.
And this is fun because the man in that bucket hat, maybe a Phil Ivey fan. I feel like bucket hat sales went up at least 831% after we saw Ivey wearing them. He's picked up certainly a playable hand. Foxen just calling. Chadwick in the big blind just calls. Foxen's 10 still good.
The first 2 weeks of November on Brighton, and then in Florida is Brazil.
Blinds at 5,000, 10,000 with a 10,000 big blind ante.
It was probably from all the stops, it was like kind of...
Foxen is really happy with his hand right now. Obviously, Stevie could have peeled something out of the big blind that has him beat 8-9, 8-6, those type of hands. But for the most part, when the early position raiser checks back, we can assume that we have him beat. It's going to be difficult for Stevie to have a better hand, so he can approach this turn and river with a lot of confidence in his holding.
Especially 25 and 30 and 40. These three are really good. For 25 also they get like qualifiers from GG, some brand ambassadors.
GG as well. GG. Oh, I didn't know that.
Like,
ACR as well, right?
Tom Bedell, certainly a character.
I didn't know that.
We'll find out more about Tom as we watch this.
I mean, I'm loving this outfit on Bedell.
$300 into the 25 can when they play a full series.
Yeah. Crazy.
But yeah, they have like satellites on GG and on ACR.
I would, by the way, I would absolutely, and by the way, welcome to all of you watching us on YouTube, whether you're on the World Series of Poker YouTube channel or on the King's Casino YouTube channel. But I would absolutely watch a YouTube video on the creation and maturation and grooming of that mustache.
Just its own.
Oh, its own. Yeah, I mean, maybe it's more like an Instagram story.
No,
worthy.
no. Let's devote an entire television channel to this.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm
like, with you here.
I want like 1 minute a day.
Yeah.
1 minute a day. I mean, I would absolutely follow. I would follow Stephen Chidwick's mustache on Instagram.
Oh yeah.
Right.
So it's just Stevie at home, angry that everyone's following his mustache, but his own account has no follows.
Well, yeah, I don't need his account.
Yeah.
I want the mustache.
My wife keeps updating this mustache account. It's got 100,000 followers.
Daniel DeVoris, a regular on the high roller scene, finished third in this event last year.
Daniel's a quiet character. He's just very precise, and he's always kind of silently picking up chips.
Yeah, I had the pleasure of commentating with him in Montenegro on the Triton Tour. And I certainly like the way his brain works. He's very, very smart, very articulate.
Yeah, he is one of the best players and teachers in the game. I watched a number of his videos. The way he thinks about poker is as strong as anyone out there.
Yeah, but you said it right, though. He teaches the game well. Chidwick raising with the suited King 10. Victor Blom, known to many of you as Isildur, just calling out of the big blind with ace 10.
If you play the 25K, it's impossible. They basically put it like the only thing you can do, you can play 1A, where all the qualifiers are in the 25K, and if you don't beg, you could leave. The problem is
True story, by the way. I remember I was working with the World Series of Poker Europe in London many, many years ago, and at this point, we knew the legend of Isildur, but we did not know that that was Victor Blom. There was still a secret. And I remember seeing Victor playing poker. And my job at this point was to walk around with the cameraman and to find stories. That was my job. I was going to do a little commentary, but my job was basically being a producer. And I was walking around, didn't know who this young man was at the time, until he was very young. And you could also tell that he just knew what he was doing. And that everybody at the table was somewhat terrified to play against him. And I told my cameraman, I was like, follow this kid.
Wow. He just had that aura.
Oh, he did. You could tell.
Yeah.
You could tell he had that table presence, you know, super aggressive, super active, everybody fearing him.
Or at least you bagging yourself a lot.
And later on finding out that Victor Blom was Isildur, and then you made the connection. But that was a while ago. I mean, I want to say that was probably 14, 15 years ago.
They wrote me in.
Yeah, because it became clear who he was before Black Friday, I believe.
Yeah, it was, yeah. It
It
was
like mystery bounties.
back then, we were getting excited about the Isildur Tom Dwan battles online.
It was unbelievable.
It was so much fun.
They're playing 4 to 6 tables of 500, 1,000. I think Isildur won 6 million one night, was it? 4 million? It was an insane number for cash. No one had ever heard of that number in cash online.
They don't give any warning of that, and then what if you're someone who's playing who can't make it to that for whatever reason, and then you're just like, oh, I guess I burned this money.
They changed it because of that reason.
Yeah, okay.
So, like for life, you would sacrifice. I don't know, you would sacrifice the rake or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, this year they just like put it like straight. The day 2 of the 25K is like day 1C. It's like and the late reg is on day 2 still open. So they forced day 1s where you can fire like 3 bullets. And
Wait, there are 4 day 1s of the 25K live? And you can fire 3 each day?
I think like it's free.
It's going to be like a 200K.
Or is it like 4 or 5? I know I counted the bullets.
Chrissy's already preparing for 8 bullets.
Live. You can be in for 300K.
Yeah, so that's where I'm like,
without the online
Why
fight.
do I get to 50 million somehow?
Yeah.
That's wild and scary.
Healthy conversation
And it's
going
very
on the
hard to
table.
make
We'll
it
do our best to lay out so you can hear them.
To make it through is not easy. Yeah.
Again, yeah, by design.
I know.
No, to make it through day 2, it's easy.
It is?
Make it
To
2 day
bag?
2?
It's 10 levels day 1, and you start like 500 big blinds deep.
Yeah,
But I think the end of the day is a lot
I
of...
think like
But
day
also
2,
Reg
late
is
reg
open for
2 levels,
on day 2. That's probably
Oh,
That's why it's like not so tough to
That's
make
one
day
of the
2.
And the online flights combined in the money?
The online flights combined in money, yeah. 50K min cash, and
So
they
the
got
live,
the money
the
at
live
big
flights
blinds.
will probably be really, really good because so many people will have qualified.
He's big, right? Yes.
Alex is making a lot of good
Yeah,
points
online
out there.
flight finish at like big blind 120K. And the money.
Not surprising. Some people in the chat wondering, it's one thing to have,
I just don't want to be...
married people in the same tournament at the same table. In this case, they're side by side.
I was in the last year for a lot and didn't bag.
Wondering, like, how's that illegal? Keep in mind, we only have 2 tables.
Yeah, I mean, what can they do? There's 2 tables. They're supposed to randomly draw out tables. Now, if you're in a big field tournament and you draw a table with your significant other or a family member or something, you could call the floor in a lot of these tournaments and say, hey, we know each other really well, we're related, whatever. You should split us up. And they'll do it. But when you have tournaments with 2 tables...
I mean, you can theoretically...
Well, and also later
It's
on in
like-
the tournament, they won't do it.
Yeah.
Right, but yes, day
It's like,
1...
guys, this is inevitable at some point. You have to play together.
Yeah, day 1 World Series of Poker main event. Yeah, they'll move them. But day 4, day 5...
Yeah.
You are where you are.
Because, like, they put it like that way that you can't make both, and 1 week later WPT even removed their guarantee.
Wow. Yes, that's... So, I still feel like it's going to
It's
be
like
really
it's 30 million, so like, it's not like it's like... But yeah, they removed the guarantee like a week after the full schedule of the Bahamas is out.
Yeah, they really want to fuck WPT bad.
You do? Oh,
No,
they
they do.
Sorry, I didn't know what you said. I was like, I thought you said I do. I was like, why?
No. I like them.
Yeah, I would like a WPT
I
title.
wish we could play both.
Yeah, that's what I said too.
It's actually tempting to not go just to hope that GG suffers. But
They won't.
They won't, so yeah. Shouldn't spite myself.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, the only one who's suffering is like you, so watching like somebody else winning 7 million or whatever first prize will.
Yeah, that
Oh,
one's
But the
Chrissy
endgame
B.
will be really tough. Like, it's in like final 2, final 3 tables, so it'll just like be extremely tough rec battle. Like, it's not like a real main event where you like have like a bunch of spots in them. And
yeah,
that's
Pretty big sizing here. She pops up to 130.
I like this a lot. This is the sort of sizing I was looking for earlier.
More
The
than
other table.
5x?
Yeah, it's, you're out of position and you're extremely deep stacked with an ante. I think that this is the type of sizing you would generally like to see with a range of holdings. I still think you're going to get called a lot, but you want to put the most pressure on your opponent so that it's not easy for them to just peel and play in position versus you. The value of position goes up so much as stacks get deeper. You want to punish your opponent for trying to take the opportunity to have that position.
Well, good news for Fox, and she got called pre-flop. Bad news for her. Her opponent completely whiffed.
Yeah. Probably going into the muck.
Fox is now up to 1.5 million.
I'd say this table's gone a bit better for her so far than the last one.
Yeah, well, the last one, it couldn't go worse. That was for sure, but she took it in stride, and she's right back in there. We are at King's Resort and Casino here in Rosvadov. About an hour and a half from Prague.
$22.
We talked earlier about these suited connectors in the blind and whether you want to be calling here or possibly 3-betting. And she decides to call. Foxen's got 9s, though.
This is a nice hand for a squeeze right here. You know Victor's getting in there with a wide range of hands. You know that Chrissy's call can be strong, but it's mostly going to be on the weaker side. Obviously, we know she can have hands like ace-king in there. Probably some pocket 10s. Maybe even some pocket jacks occasionally. For the most part, you rate to have the best hand versus her nearly every time. Foxen just calls, though. And that may cost him.
9s are still good.
But we'll see how this plays out. If it checks around to Blom again, he may be looking to take a shot at this.
Does Kristen Foxen, I need to say here, does Kristen's call with the ace-king in the small blind make it a little bit more difficult for Alex to 3-bet, knowing that she could have a pretty strong hand there?
Maybe a little bit, but, I mean, it's not like she's doing that every single time. And she needs to have other traps rather than ace-king, right? Because he's doing fine against ace-king. So it will have some effect because it makes him think that she can have those traps or similar traps that are pairs. But I don't know if it has a huge effect on his decision-making. He's going to call here.
Yeah, does make the call. 132,000 in the pot. Blom with some outs, and that was one of them. He had the gut shot, and he nails it.
That was the out right there.
Yeah, going to be difficult for him to get paid, but we'll see.
145.
So small bet on the turn. Now he goes more than pot on the river. And clearly there's a rhyme and a reason, but I'll ask you, how do these players figure out what to size these bets? Why go 1.1x pot? Why sometimes you're going 1.5x pot? Or even 0.x pot? I mean, it all seems like, yeah, it's a big bet, but what's the difference?
I think it's quite dependent on the board and how many of the strongest hands you think your opponent can have. If he never thinks that Foxen takes this line with a 10, he could bet quite large, right?
Got me back there.
I don't know if that could ever classify.
Gonna take a few more in case.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
No.
Sounds like Alex won a big one off Victor earlier.
Yeah, it certainly seems that way.
Possibly by bluffing him.
I'd like to, I want the story behind that one.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, I think your river size really depends on how many of the strongest hands you think your opponent can have given the line that they've taken. In that case, I don't know if he gives Foxen credit for having that many 10s when he checks twice and just check calls the turn. I would imagine he gives Foxen a lot of credit in general, so he thinks that he can mix some 10s in there. But if that's true, then a bigger size makes a lot of sense. Stevie, speaking of double gut shots.
$20.
Yeah, it's the hidden value of Jack 7 offsuit. Most people don't like the Jack 7 offsuit, but hey, when the flop comes out King 10-9, you've got a double gutter.
There you go. Empirical evidence supporting the Jack 7 offsuit.
Hey, every hand has value once in a while. Foxen, staying limber, doing some stretches. Check from Chidwick. But I mean, Jack High is the best hand right now. We've got 105,000 in the pot, and Rosé is going to go pot here.
And this is going to work, unless Stevie finds something very heroic.
But Stevie is 94% to win the hand.
I know.
If you get the showdown.
You really hate finding out that you were 94% and you folded the turn.
That's hurts. That definitely hurts.
It's a cruel game we play, Tuckman.
Absolutely, no doubt about it. Rosé wearing the camouflage jacket over in seat number 1.
By the way, that was a pretty heroic bluff by Rosé. No blockers.
Nothing. Just
going for it.
Just simple. Hey, I'm raising in position. You defend the big blind.
Yeah.
You don't have that many chips. I do. Let's go.
Just old school ram and jam poker. I love to see that. Look, buddy, I got 8 high. I ain't winning a showdown. But you're going to have to put a lot of money in the pot if you're going to get there.
Kristen raising to 22,000 in the cutoff. Alex Foxen, ace jack, offsuit on the button. Just going to call. Chidwick not going anywhere. Tom, another non-believer in the 7 deuce. And these three once again.
You own 5K. He put out 27.
Seven high flop, nobody hits. So Alex Foxen's ace jack still best.
Chrissy actually has an interesting one to fire. 2 overcards, backdoor flush draw, some sneaky backdoor straight draws. A 9 would give her a double gut shot. A 6 would give her an open ender.
Checks around. King of clubs on the turn. Chidwick hits his king. Foxen now with the flush draw. Kristen Foxen, that is.
This is a tricky card for Chrissy. Sure, she picks up the flush draw. It's a nice hand to semi-bluff. On the other hand, when her opponents check twice, when one opponent checks back, there's a lot of kings there. Additionally, when Foxen checks back, she's expected to check a lot. And so he might wonder why she's betting on a card that looks better for him. Now, we know Stevie's going nowhere.
Why is it a better card for him, though?
Just because he has a lot of king highs and ace highs. Maybe not particularly a better card for him, but it hits his checking back range a lot.
Okay. No, Alex.
It's not a blank.
Well, Alex gets out of the way. Chidwick's actually in the small blind, so he checked first, checked twice. Does call with top pair. River's a jack, and Kristen now with probably enough to not bluff at it.
Yeah, I think this card's actually going to save her some money. I don't think Stevie was folding on many rivers unless she improves. And she may well have taken a shot at it if the river was something like a 6.
Impulsive in the chat asking what the starting stack is. Players start with 1 million chips. This is level 7 today. Stephen Chidwick, our 2019 World Series of Poker Pot Limit Omaha High Roller Bracelet winner. 59 million in lifetime earnings. 3rd all time. The grind is on. The World Series of Poker Europe. 15 events in all. This is event number 12. Day 1 coverage today for, we'll call it another, say, 45 minutes or so. Maybe 50 minutes. Rosé's picked up Pocket Kings. Tomorrow we'll have day 2 coverage, which will include crowning another champion. And then 5 days of main event coverage.
How much is that?
Getting it through with the kings. Not your favorite thing as a tournament poker player.
No. So the Foxens on top of the leaderboard here, 1.95 million, 1.44 million.
Wow. Everything's coming up Foxen.
Everything's coming up Foxen. Tom Bedell, Victor Blom, both above starting stacks. With the blinds starting to creep up. You can see these players mixing it up and maybe a little bit more action. You will notice in the top right corner, we have 15 registered now. And it looks like we have another elimination as well. So 13 out of 15 left. One we did not see from the outer table. See if that player decides to re-enter or not.
We are slowly creeping up to that guarantee, Tuckman.
Oh, there's no doubt. We're going to hit it. We're going to hit it.
I think that I was the first one to say we were going to hit it.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like there was a seed of doubt in your voice. Small seed, but nonetheless. If you've never seen Alex Foxen before, I'm thinking, he's a big guy. Well, played football in college at Boston College.
Is that D1?
That is D1.
Wow.
Looks unopened, though.
Yeah, he played tight end for Boston College.
I don't want to brag here, but in college I was on an intramural soccer team. So
Wow.
basically the same thing.
It almost basically is.
Yeah, I might have even played some intramural kickball.
You know,
I don't remember.
Forget about poker. Let's just tell us about your intramural soccer team. That sounds so interesting.
Starting to sense some sarcasm coming.
No, not at all, not at all. When we come back from the break, I'll talk about my 7-year-old hockey team. Everybody will love that.
They may have been competitive with our college intramural soccer team.
Oof. Ace for Rizé.
Victor with the lightning fast checkbacks. Bringing back memories of when he used to play online and he would jam for 3x pot at lightning speed. Everything he did was just insta-check, insta-bet. But then he would play with the skill set of a very deep thinker.
Yeah.
It was probably infuriating for opponents, but it was confounding as a viewer.
59.
Blom is not insta-mucked here, but he does eventually find that fold. Once again, we are playing with a shot clock. 20 seconds to act pre-flop and post-flop. 30 seconds on the turn and the river. They do get time extension buttons. You can kind of see one right behind Rizé's blue chips. Chat having a lot of conversations about Kristen and Alex Foxen playing at the same table. And I certainly understand where people are coming from. But it's like, it just feels like it feels like a Pandora's box that if you open it up, where does it end? Does that mean, can cousins not play together? Can friends stop playing together?
Yeah.
And it very gets to the point where it's, well, I was a roommate with him 10 years ago, so should I not play with that guy?
I had like a 10-year period where I traveled the tournament circuit. I became friends with a lot of people.
Of course.
I'm friends with, 3 people at every poker tournament I sit at.
Wow, you have 3 friends. Sick brag.
Listen, buddy. You started this. I'm just kicking up the brags. I've got a son, and he's got a hockey team.
No, but I mean, but it just becomes like, and I would think that the worry and the concern that 2 people who know each other or are related would cheat would actually, the other side of it is far more serious to me. The ability to angle and exploit a tournament director and being like, oh, I don't want to play with this guy.
Yeah.
Because then you can manipulate what table you're at early on in tournaments, which is, to me, far more important.
Yeah. Especially when a lot of their play is documented.
Oh.
It's not something to be...
Chidwick on a little bit over 500,000 chips, or 56 big blinds. So we have found out about the mysterious other elimination. It is the online poker legend, Lena. Nicholas Astet busted right before our dinner break, level 7.
Do we have some sort of hand history, or?
I don't yet, but I'm sure I can head on over to Poker News and find out.
Information coming, huh?
Or Poker Dream?
I talked in Barcelona with him. He said he's coming. That's all.
To here?
Yeah.
I think this like...
He said like he's following me everywhere. Like he did it last year. Like every live stop I did, he just like asked me on the stop what's my next one, and he just like went there. He was like, you're traveling so much, you know what's good. And we talked in Barcelona, and he said he's coming.
That's what he told you it was.
Yeah. he was following the fish.
I love Ren.
Ren is great.
Yeah. Yes. I'm torn on what to get.
Yeah, I guess there was like they had 20K, 30K, and it got like 100 people or something like that.
It's a good stop. It's the same one that was, they have like a 25K, 15K.
Yeah.
I have got the lowdown for you, my friends.
25.
So raise here from Tom Bedell.
Yeah, I played like Stop like 2 years ago. It was not that big. Like I just like, yeah, it was like the one where I
Thank you.
traveled there because I made day 3 and then the money from my online flight, and then I bust the main and then like jumped in the plane and went to and made 1B late reg Choctaw.
Wow.
I remember that one really good.
I feel like I remember that.
Like busted noon in the main at 7. I was in the plane. Taipei, Hong Kong, LA, Dallas, Uber to 1B of Choctaw.
Wow. I hope it went well.
Somewhat sneaky check here by Vettel.
King Queen off on the bubble versus me, and it's like,
Flores going to take a shot at this. He's
Oh, wow. And beat your what?
likely to have the best hand. If he doesn't, he does have some backup with the backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw. But mostly, if you have the best hand, you'd like to bet now and charge your opponent to draw at what is quite often 2 overcards.
It's like the facility is kind of nice, but you're in the middle of nowhere.
The difference is you have to call like 7 different drivers and nobody's willing to drive you somewhere.
Yeah, we just rented a car at the airport. Can you rent a car in America? Is it hard? Is it hard to rent a car in America?
No, it's easy. I didn't have my driving license with me, and I just like Ubered because I thought it's easy to Uber away also.
Yes.
But like,
yeah, I think renting a
at the
car
end
is
we
the
paid
play.
a driver actually like $500, and he drove us till, is it Austin? Where Buxton for 5 hours for $500. Pretty reasonable.
That is actually really reasonable.
It's really reasonable. The guy's like,
it's like a 3-hour drive. Right?
Check back by Dvoris, and now Vettel's looking to bet here.
And the poor guy is
The question is how much.
like ex-veteran, like his like driver.
I think you come with quite a large bet here.
Or actually, no, sorry, we paid 4.
He decides to go on the smaller size. This might actually get him paid by the pocket 6s.
Yeah. I mean, you can rent a car for
$40 an hour it is.
Yeah.
It's so decent for him.
Decent for driving, yeah.
I mean, he's paid the gas also himself, so like.
That's
maybe 35 an hour.
No.
I think quite often when your opponent checks back the turn on this dynamic of a board, they're representing a fairly weak range of hands. And so you could punish that with big bets with both your value and your bluffs. That said,
is going to pay him off.
Yeah, this allows you to get called every single time by Dvoris, which is also quite nice.
Like, I basically did like Taipei, Choctaw, Austin. pretty fun combination.
That is.
And I'm
You
maxed
get to Austin and Bin Wang is 5-bet jamming ace-8 versus you.
for 200 or whatever big blinds in level 1.
Yeah. That was...
You, and Wang at a table.
Take a look at the beautiful bracelet the winner of the 50K Diamond High Roller will wear.
Like every pot was 100 big blinds.
One day, Jesse, one day.
The A7 versus the
Hopefully one day soon. That thing is beautiful.
That is really
see my hand?
absolutely gorgeous.
That was sick.
So, done a little bit of research, didn't make it hard. Apparently, Nicholas Astet, Lena, opened from the button. Surzat Hisu, remember our German friend, 3-bet to 75,000. Astet then 4-bet to 150. Then we had a 5-bet to 300,000.
Like the fun part is like
And Astet moved all in for the remainder of his 800,000 stack. So we had a 1.6 million chip pot. Ace King versus Kings. And Lena's Ace King, no good. And Hisu now up to over 2.2 million chips as a result.
Wow.
check, bet, call, break.
It's been a nice day so far for our man Hisu.
Check, overpot, all in, call, guys aces. And Bin shoots his hand into a mug, and I'm like, Bin, you know.
This is a very interesting flop right here.
You got a pair and a gut shot
And he's like, apologize,
versus
I know
a
it's
open-ended
not
straight
down,
draw.
like, It's this too. Dealer turns them over, and it's ace-6 for ace high. And they're like,
I was going to guess
and they're
ace-2.
Like,
but
no, it's ace-6. And then like, Bin is like, no, that's not my cards, that's not my cards. I mean, like, I didn't like run around too much on it. Just like, I know maybe he was like embarrassed, whatever, like huge pot. And then, like, also I know he usually doesn't mux.
There's
like,
a
he's-
specific selection of hands that are actually happy to continue on a board like 7-5-3 two-tone,
I was like, bro, let it go.
and it's somewhat rare.
Like,
Yeah, I mean, if you think he's like...
It's somewhat rare that you see both of those types of hands at the same time, because the cards tend to interact, so they block each other. And we have one of those situations where both players have
To think that that's what happened. I know
towards the higher end of their range on this board.
Because like in that 25K.
Yeah, more often than not, when one player is 8-6, the other player is 7-6, the flop comes out ace jack 4.
Or on 7-5-3, one player is 8-6, the other player has queen jack offsuit.
Right.
Something along those lines. So.
These
These are the kind of spots I find really fun to watch.
I'm intrigued to see how Bedell plays this. He's checked. Divorce bets 120 into 148.
This feels like too much hand to fold at this point. There are so many potential bluffs. Devorah's stuff like ace-6 suited, king-6 suited, 8-9 is a double gutter, 9-10, 8-10 suited are all gut shots, and 2 overs to a 7. Oh, wow, look at this river card.
Yeah, this is just ridiculous. It's absolutely gross for Bedell because he sits there on the turn, maybe concerned that he was behind. He's probably in his head thinking, okay, give me a 4, give me a 4, give me a 4. He hits the 4 that's not a spade, by the way. The non-spade 4 and divorce. River's the absolute stone cold nuts.
I mean, when you talk
only
about
has
coolers,
413 behind.
This is a cooler.
Yeah.
You just don't even think about the 8-6 suited when your opponent raises from early position.
No, I mean, Tom is, at this point, right now, he's loving life. And now he's thinking, oh.
Now he's thinking, oh, that's too bad. I only get half the pot.
Yeah.
I played 5-10 the other day.
That's
Wow.
a better hand
Yeah.
than mine.
Wow.
Yeah. Ouch. Just an absolutely horrific river for Bedell. I mean, the 9 comes off. You could probably find the fold. Maybe you lose a little bit.
I was a fountain to the light.
He takes it in stride, though. It's just nothing you can do. It's just a setup hand, right?
You know, I was just thinking about how as poker players we throw around the words like brutal too often. Or,
I can't get
you know,
away
that
from
was
it anyway.
terrible. That hand was actually brutal.
Well, I mean, not for Dan Divorce.
No, that was nice for him. You're right about that.
Worked out well for him. Jesse Sylvia, David Tuckman here,
What I hope for.
covering the 2024 World Series of Poker Europe, presented by GG Poker. I want to thank all of you for spending your day with us. We'll be back tomorrow for day 2 coverage, and we will be crowning a champion. And that beautiful bracelet you saw a few moments ago, we'll be awarding that to the winner. Registration in this event open until the beginning of day 2. Blinds are 6,000, 12,000. This is level 8. And this will be the last level of our coverage. The players will continue for 4 more levels after this, though.
See Bedell back there laughing it off. He's taking it well.
Yeah.
In stride. What else can you do? I know, but it's just sometimes it's very painful. That 8-6 came out of nowhere for him. That wasn't even on his radar.
Yeah, you just you shrug your shoulder and you just go, okay, I'm supposed to lose this.
Yeah.
I'm supposed to double you up.
I guess so.
Bad luck this one.
Matching sweater.
That just tripped me out.
Alex has picked up a flush draw. Blom has got the straight.
This seems like a natural bluff for Foxen. You have 4 high. You can't win the pot. That said, I was about to say,
wow,
you do not want to get check raised because you do get blown off your equity a little bit when you get check raised. So he finds that sneaky check back, and wow, this is going to pay dividends.
Yeah, for sure. He checks back, realizes his equity, doesn't get blown off. It hits the spade, and now Blom bets. And
No, I just saw the sign. I was like,
even
oh
though
my
it's a
God.
relatively large sizing, you got to expect a raise here from Alex, huh?
I would have to imagine so.
Yeah, I figured.
My boys love them. They just like smoke everything.
This feels like the dream. There's a lot of straights out there. Your opponent could even have something like
You tried
ace-10.
to bluff. I got the
That felt like the
second
mega nuts on the turn. And yeah, getting value here seems incredibly important.
You anymore, that's for sure.
That said, Alex is really in the tank. I don't know if he's in the tank just trying to figure out a size or if he's actually considering calling, but I don't feel like calling would be
Can't beat them, join them.
running through his head whatsoever.
He's definitely going to time extensions on this one. And he is cutting out some raising ships.
There we go. And for Blom, having the 10 of spades means this is going to be a tough combo to fold. Ooh, this is a huge raise from Fox.
Yeah, it's 459,000. So you're looking at about, we'll say 375 more. Pot is 653.
Yeah. It's getting a little worse than 2-1. I think there becomes a size where you feel like you could just let it go and wait till you have a flush. I'm not saying that this is the size.
So 653,000 in the pot. Blom behind has to call another 375-ish. And he does find the fold.
Nice fold, Victor.
Wow. I mean, considering it the 10 of spades as well.
Yeah.
We'll see later anyway.
Yeah.
Well done.
Andy, can we get service?
Ace of spades.
Can we just get waitress, please?
One spade.
That looked painful. No, that doesn't look fine. Can we get waitress, please?
Ace check, ace of spades.
Did Alex show or no?
No.
He did not show.
At least one.
At least one. I mean, yeah.
Maybe two.
Kristen's asking, what do you
I
have?
was about to say, she's asking enough that if he showed, it was to everyone but her, which seems like that would be incredibly rude.
Usually.
Not giving his wife any information whatsoever.
That's a true poker player right there.
Of course.
Sorry, honey, I don't remember.
And by the way, it goes even further. I mean, you play with your friends and whether it's check raising your grandma or playing against your friends. I mean, to me, beating the people you love is even more fun.
Yeah, it's even sweeter.
Yeah.
Check raising your grandma. That'd be a great title for an autobiography, Sachman.
Like 30 minutes. I think it's long.
Check.
I think it's like an hour. Maybe longer. It's perfectly on break.
So big hit for Bedell, who was up about 1.4 million. He's still smiling, still having a good time.
Does
he have a matching?
That's what I was about to say.
Jacket?
This is
I want to know what's like when you're at home in Vegas and you're coming home like an hour late. This is like very.
this is something really special.
Yeah, I think we need to get somebody on the floor to find out more about that jacket and the story behind that.
612.
Yeah, suspicious one over here.
Is that jacket even allowed to be that close? Sorry, is that jacket shirt combination even allowed to be that close to Stevie's mustache?
Why?
Yeah, she knows most of your
I think we're gonna have to call the floor on this one.
She's curious.
Well, at minimum, send their cameraman there.
How do you just casually take off that jacket with that shirt underneath? Like it's no big deal.
I mean, I don't. If you're Tom Bedell, you can.
What a hero.
So raise from Bedell with ace jack. Rosé defending out of the big blind, and this could be trouble for Rosé with top pair.
Really?
But kicker
I
issues.
think they were made for Stevie. We were saying before you fit in them so much better than any back, but
yeah.
I mean, depending on
I think it's
how the run out is, could we see Bedell getting 3 streets of value out of this?
Kind of a short torso too.
I could certainly see it, especially on the 3 of diamonds turn.
Yeah, what a beautiful turn card. I mean, yeah, 7-4 got there, but we're not all that concerned, are we?
I mean, I think you just keep betting, and if 7-4 rears its ugly head with a raise at some point, now we make decisions.
Right. Oh, he checks back.
Kind of depends.
Okay.
There's a lot of good short climbers.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Rosé has to feel as if he has the best hand
Like a lot of good
a huge percentage of the time now.
Yeah, I mean, you go check, bet, call, check, check.
Yeah. Okay. Wow.
Being lean.
Certainly some queen jacks or something like that. Jack 9 would find some checkbacks, but you just don't worry about that. You just value bet.
Yeah, you can't fault the Jack 8 for betting this. But it's a big bet, 118,000.
Wow, and Bedel's really thinking about the folding here.
You don't,
He looks disgusted.
I'm so intrigued by this.
I think he believes, incorrectly obviously, that a jack wouldn't go this size. A jack would go smaller.
No, that I understand, but I'm surprised the sizing from Rosé with just Jack 8.
Bouldering, which is like
Again, I think
mostly bouldering, which
once your opponent checks back that
with
quickly,
no ropes or anything, but you have pads, crash pads.
you just feel like you have the best hand a lot. And he only went pot. It wasn't like he went, you know,
Okay.
2 times the size of the pot.
Wow, okay.
Right, but you want to get called by worse.
Yeah. Well, if you feel like your opponent doesn't ever check back king jack or better, you lose to a few hands, but they also river a 10 a lot. They have stuff like pocket 9s, pocket 8s. All the draws missed, basically.
Okay.
I mean, sure, 7-4 got there, 4 deuce got there. But realistically, most of the draws missed.
Yeah, that's why you're here. This is good. I'll just take the call on the action. You give me the analysis. It's much better.
I don't know. You've had some. You've come up with some thoughts on blockers that I've been very impressed.
Ranked wise, I'm probably like 75% back, but like those weird movements are still not the same.
Yeah.
Yeah, when it comes to blockers, I kind of like the. I mean, if you're going to go the route of doing blocker bets, I kind of like the carry cats approach, where you are occasionally also putting in a blocker with the nuts.
Oh.
You know, because you gotta. Otherwise, your opponent can just take advantage of you every time, right? They can exploit you.
That's a good point.
Mom?
I do love running the tiny bet with the nuts, with the belief that my opponent has most of the hands that they would call a bigger bet with, they're going to raise anyways, and then I just get to fire in that third bet.
Yeah, but how often is that third bet a bluff?
You could find some bluffs there.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I actually, you know, I'm getting better, Tuckman. I got some bluffs in my arsenal now.
I have no doubt.
I'm working on it. Chrissy's just checking out here.
Yeah. They got a lot of poker left, as I said. We're going to be done at the end of this level, but they are going to go on for 4 more levels. Each one of these levels 40 minutes long as we get a close-up look at the legend that is Isildur, Victor Blom. Victor Blom has millions won, like undocumented from tournaments and stuff, but then we're looking at a bevy more won online.
Yeah. I mean, he has traditionally been an online crusher. Occasionally he shows up and beats up on the local rinky-dink 50K high roller sort of game. But
hey, are you guys playing poker? What is this? Can I jump in?
Yeah, I've heard of this game. He had some of the craziest swings any of us have ever heard of.
Like I said, I mean, as somebody who has worked in poker, but more importantly has been a fan of poker for so long, he has just always been somebody that's fascinated me. The mystery behind who Isildur was, and then when he revealed himself and the match first won, I could watch him all day, and luckily we get to. How about some Foxin on Foxin?
Here we go.
Battle here. Let's go. Alex gets the best of that one. He's up to 2.1 million. Kristen on 1.4 million. And
in a limp check fold putt.
Where he had the best hand as well.
Well, hey, listen, I don't think she trusts him anymore. Remember, he knocked her out twice yesterday in the 25K GG Millions. And that's going to do it for our coverage today. Hope you guys have enjoyed it. We are back at it tomorrow. Just a reminder, the players are playing 4 more levels today, but we're going to call it a day. We're going to be back at it tomorrow for more from the 2024 World Series of Poker Europe here in Rosvedov, the 50K No Limit Hold'em Diamond High Roller. We're just getting started this week. We got this. We got day 2 coverage tomorrow. We're going to crown a champion tomorrow. And there you look at a beautiful sight of Rosvedov. We are back at it tomorrow. Day 2 coverage. And as I said, we're just getting started. After that, 5 days of main event action here at the World Series of Poker in Europe. Once again, thanks so much for joining us. Goodbye and good night. We'll see you tomorrow.